Of course, they were saying, the companies that own the new plants were saying that they were working.
That's the magic, which
What's that?
the old plants,
The new plants. And so Patty went, and said, well, if it's worthless, then we should just, sell it for $1.
Were you out in the boat on,
And they're like,
Saturday?
Nobody's coming up.
Yeah. That's how I know it.
No?
She's like, well, you can't have it both ways. Either
And I
they're
thought
worthless
that, I saw.
or they have value.
You did.
That's insane.
I got the fishing boat power.
Hopefully catch them later. But if you don't side with us, we need to close the
Shut up.
plans and.
I was on road Saturday. Yeah, sports wouldn't respond, right?
Where?
The Greens party. Up in Rock Island, two-sided.
One of my granddaughters.
What's that one? Good evening, everyone. I would like to call the August Operations Committee meeting to order. Before we get started on the agenda, though, I would like a motion to amend the agenda to include letter E under the Vacancy Review Committee, which is the authorization form for filling an Assistant District Attorney's position. Mr. Lightfoot and Mr. Forsythe. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Carried. Now to the agenda. Could I get someone to make a motion to approve the amended agenda? Mr. Forsythe and Mr. Akers. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any motion for approval of the minutes of our June 13th meeting?
So.
Mr. Perkins and Mr. Sheridan. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Carried. Next up would be Dr. McGuire with the COVID-19 update.
Hi, good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
I'm gonna share. I cannot share my screen. I had a few slides if I could.
Go ahead now, Dana.
Go ahead.
She's looking for the slide. There it is.
It's just taking a minute. Okay. Is with no hospitalizations. 4 people. The isolation process. Currently have cases in isolation, and we've had only 3 new cases this month so far. And these are the phone numbers for the testing sites. You still do come out when you do arrive. And it's important that if you go for a test because you are symptoms, that you self-isolate while you are performed on a daily.
We're having technical difficulties.
So this just, I did show this last week. I've updated this to show that we're in the new month. So for month 5, we're about halfway through. We've had 9 cases since this 5th month. Has started with 2 hospitalizations, and we have
Dana, we're unable to hear pretty much anything that you're saying.
Can you hear me?
Just, it's muffled.
Hello? I don't know.
Sounds better now.
Can you hear me now?
That's better.
I don't know what to do on my end. I don't know if you want to move to something else and I can call in through the phone instead. I don't know.
Actually, you're fine right now.
Okay. So I'll just start with this slide again. This shows the cases that we do report on a daily basis. This slide does show that this new month, we have had less cases than we saw last month. Just showing it just on a weekly basis, we have gone way down. So we have one more day in the week that we report in, because we usually go from a Wednesday to a Tuesday. So we have had that just puts us at half a case per day. And so we are way down again. The average age of this past week of the cases that we are just reporting was at 66 years. We are still showing those same 3 age groups as being the highest for the cases that we do see. We're still seeing at about it's like 54% being female. So we're staying constant with regard to this. And for the isolation and the quarantine process, who we have. We have who are in the active isolation, 36 people who are in the active mandatory quarantine, almost 400 people, 93 are all of the travelers that we do put into quarantine due to the travel project. And been through the process and they're now gone. Here just shows the state tracker. It shows how we've been tested. And so you can see that we've had about 30,000 people or tests be done. Do keep in mind this does, or it does not take into account all of the repeat tests that are done for individuals. For the travel advisory, the states get updated weekly on Tuesdays. So we are up to 35 states. The red states are the ones that you need to quarantine from. And then you do need to quarantine for the 14 days. And so here is the list. And it was Rhode Island that was added this past week. Washington, D.C. and the state of Delaware were taken off. The department continues to work on the Wear a Mask campaign. And so we have worked with a billboard company to get this as a design. We have 8 of the submissions. So this is just one that you'll see. And for North Country Now, we also have one that will be going out, and we will be showing on a weekly basis just all of the submissions that we have had. And as a reminder, the recommendations are to wear a mask when you're out just in the public area, or if you're with people who are not in your regular household, to social distance, wash your hands, stay home, and to try to stay local. And that is the update that I have for this week.
Thank you, Dana. Does anyone have any questions for Dr. McGuire? I think you must have covered it well, Dana, because there are no questions.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, next up, Dr. Williams is not joining us this evening, is he?
No.
Next up would be the Board of Elections. First resolution is authorizing the chair to sign a New York State Elections Cybersecurity Remediation Grant for the Board of Elections. Mr. Akers and Mr. Forsythe. Tom or Jenny?
Yes, this grant, we've been working with IT to correct all of the problems that were found in the Board of Elections Department. They've been working with every county across the state. This is a grant to fix all of the remediations that we've had. They went through Grant Thornton and the State Board of Elections to come up with the list of all of the problems that every county had. And we've now got a plan going forward of how to fix all of the different servers and some of the password updates and all of the things that they came to the conclusion of. And this is the grant to pay for those remediations.
So, anyone have any questions for Jenny regarding this resolution?
The other thing is that it's timely because you've seen probably the reports where China apparently is taking aim at our election processes this fall. So as we keep working into this, the pressure's on all of us to get this done as quickly as possible.
Very good. Thank you, Tom.
Yep.
Any, there being no questions, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Carried. The next one would be a resolution granting authorization to modify the 2020 Board of Elections budget for the acceptance of the Epi Curve Act grant. Mr. Forsythe and Mr. Fay. Jenny or Tom?
This one, you'll remember a couple months ago, we had the resolution for the chair to sign the grant. And this is just reapportioning our budget so that now we know where we've spent the money from. We have already submitted to receive this money back. This is all money, additional money that was spent due to COVID. And this is the Epi Curve grant that will take care of some of what we did. We have submitted above and beyond the 126,000, but what we were given was the 126.
Okay. Any questions in regards to this resolution? There being none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Carried. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up to planning. Jason, are you with us?
I
Yes,
am.
you
Good
are.
evening, everyone.
We have a resolution authorizing the chair to sign a geographic information system hosting agreement extension with the Development Authority of the North Country. Mr. Lightfoot and Mr. Akers. Go ahead, Jason.
Thank you. Yes, this resolution has to do with the county's internet mapping application. You may be familiar with that through the county's website. It has it's featured on the front page of the county website. Our 5-year hosting agreement with DANK will be up at the end of this year, and we're looking to extend it for another 5 years. The annual costs that are identified in the resolution cover the software maintenance as well as labor rates for tech support and improvements. And I'll just mention a couple recent improvements that have been made to the IMA. They've enhanced the parcel search capabilities, so it's easier to find parcels when you're looking at the IMA. And they've also added more data layers from a number of different sources, so they constantly look to make improvements to it. We did look at alternatives to this arrangement, the arrangement that we've had with DANK, just to see, is there something else out there that we could do that might be a little more cost effective. And really what we've found is that anything that we were to do ourselves would be a little bit of reinventing the wheel, and with that would come increased costs, and it would be more expensive than the arrangement that we have now. Dank has over 50 clients that have a portal hosted on their site, so they've got some buying power, some strength in numbers when they go out and have their consultants work up these layers and improvements to the IMA. So it's something that the county really wouldn't be able to benefit from, that bulk buy kind of thing, because we would just be doing the IMA just for St. Lawrence County. I guess the last thing I'll just mention is that the county's IMA is the most popular portal of all of Dank's clients. We have over 5,000 hits a month on the county's internet mapping application.
Any comments or questions for Jason regarding this resolution? Jason, I just want to say that I know that three of the towns within my district use Dank. The GIS mapping is is such a great thing. It eliminates the need to have scrolls and scrolls of sometimes obsolete blueprints. And trying to find something, it's real easy. Instead of having to go back to the office, you can call up the site. You can find utilities in the field, and yeah, so I think it's a great thing. It's a great tool.
Yes. I agree.
The next one for Jason is just an update on the lead grant.
Larry, you need to vote on that one.
Oh, I'm sorry. Excuse me. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Carried. I was getting so excited about the lead that. Go ahead, Jason.
Great, thank you, Mr. Denisha. Sure, just to give you a quick update on the lead grant, we do continue to meet on a weekly basis with both our main partners with this project, with Public Health and our subrecipient, the North Country Housing Council. We have looked at retooling some of the advertising. I know Public Health is very much engaged with this, and they've put together some several new ads that we'll look to push out in the next little while. That just will freshen up the advertising of this initiative, just to keep it a little more. I guess, up to date, and so you're not looking at the same advertisement over and over again, and people become sort of, it doesn't resonate with people if they're seeing the same thing over and over. So looking at changing that, we are, again, the struggle is always with the numbers, is getting individuals that are actually eligible for the program and in need of assistance through the program. Again, some data that we've got from Public Health, that out of over 100 tests that were performed in the last month, so 100 lead tests, lead screenings, out of 100, only one applicant was even eligible to be referred to the Housing Council. So that doesn't mean that we have a client to go through the program. We only have one potential client to go through the program. So that we continue to struggle with that, and we are always looking for new ways of just getting more people tested, more individuals through the program or through the testing process, to see who's out there, to see who can be helped. Despite that, those low numbers, we do have 2 projects that have started and 2 projects that are going out to bid. So that would be a total of 5 projects now. We have 1 that's completed, 2 going out to bid, and 2 that are starting in the very near future. So again, a long way to go to get the grant fully expended, but we do see that we are seeing some more individuals going through the program.
Good. Any questions for Jason in regards to the lead grant? Mr. Burke.
Not a question regarding the lead grant. Are you presenting later in the meeting about the census, Jason?
John, Mr. Berg, I was not planning on it. I'm happy to give a quick overview now, if that's the pleasure of the board. I defer to the chair and the board.
Yep. Is that okay with you, sir?
Go ahead, Jason.
Okay, thank you. So what Mr. Burke is referring to is that the county was awarded an allotment of funds to help promote the census. As we know, the census is coming down to the wire now. The final time, or the final date for submission of information, census information, has been moved up to September 30th. So we have about 7 weeks left to get the word out, to get people to participate. So the state has released funding to counties across the state that have requested it, and St. Lawrence County was awarded an allotment of $127,556. We do have the grant program or plan was retooled last week, was submitted to the state on Friday. We received notice that it was accepted by the state, and a grant agreement was forwarded to Chair Lightfoot early this morning. We've worked with the county attorney for review of that throughout the day, and my understanding is that is before Mr. Lightfoot for his signature this evening, and then we'll get that back to the state and look to proceed with the initiatives that were in that plan. And I'll just touch briefly on what those are. We do have a variety of partnerships that we've struck up with the North Country Library System, with the Community Development Program, to get the word out about the census. They have material that they will be producing and distributing, coloring books for children, bags that will be going out to or will be produced through the library network and be distributed at various library sites. You go and get a book out of the library, or order a book from the library, you'll get it in a census bag, that sort of thing. We're looking at doing quite a bit of radio spots and print media with this funding, as well as some bus wraps through the Volunteer Transportation Center, and the ARC of Jefferson St. Lawrence County will be wrapping a number of buses in census advertising. Basically, it's a mobile billboard. So Dana showed us a billboard earlier. Same sort of idea, except that this will have a census message, and it'll be traveling around the county rather than just at one location. So those are some of the highlights. We are under an incredible time crunch here, with the curtailment of census activities being pushed up a month, but we're confident that we can get things rolling and get the contracts in place with the various vendors to get everything that we hope to get out as soon as possible.
Thank you, Jason.
You're welcome, John.
Thank you, Jason. Any questions on the census? Legislator Haggard.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Jason, a couple of things. First of all, does any of the advertising focus on how easy it is to fill out online and how safe it is?
Yes, absolutely. It's really, it is such a simple process this year compared to previous census. It can be done online. It can be done over the telephone. I've talked with several people that say it takes the allotment of time that in the advertising says is it'll take 10 minutes. 10 minutes for 10 years of money of resources for your community. It only takes 10 minutes. It doesn't even take 10 minutes. It's shorter than that, really, to go through all the questions. If individuals aren't comfortable with doing it online, there are toll-free numbers that you can call to do it right over the phone. And yeah, all that information we definitely intend to push out with the advertising.
Great. Also, is September 30th set in stone, or are there people working to make that? I know you have to plan like it's September 30th, but
At present, the funding allotment from the state expires September 30th, so we would not be reimbursed for any expense after September 30th. That doesn't mean that we certainly wouldn't continue to promote the census if by chance there was an extension, I guess, regranted. The original extension was through October 31st. Now this has been knocked back to September 30th to meet basically the incredible number crunching that has to happen to meet the constitutional requirement to get the data to the president by December 31st of 2020. So that's the rationale for moving it back up a month so they can crunch that data. But there certainly is a movement. There are individuals that are lobbying to get the extension or get the date pushed back to October 30th. But I don't know if it will be.
okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Are there any other questions for Jason? Looks like we're good, Jason. Thank you much.
Great. Thank you very much.
Next up is Matt Denner. Matt, resolution authorizing the chair to sign a contract with Bartlett Judas PC to prepare an all hazards multi-jurisdictional hazard mitigation plan for St. Lawrence County. Mr. Akers and Mr. Lightfoot. Go ahead, Matt.
Good evening, everybody. This is a request note sitting proposals to prepare an all-hazard multi-jurisdiction hazard mitigation plan. We had 5 people respond back after an extensive review with Emergency Services, Highway and Planning Department. We brought for you today a recommendation of going with this. Bartlett Judas prepared our last plan for us in 2017. There was a few things that they wanted to work through into this next contract, which they are going to work highly with us. They had a lot of pros that they had to offer compared to a lot of the other ones. So this is the recommendation we're putting forth in front of you tonight.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on, Matt, if it's on your end or on our end, we're having a very difficult time understanding, at least I am, anything that you just said.
You're not alone.
Yeah.
So I've got a number of folks said that I'm not alone, so maybe you want to try it again.
Any better? Can you hear it now?
It's just, it's muffled, like he's got a.
It sounds like you're, yeah, I know you don't have a mask on, but it sounds like you've got, yeah, you're very muffled.
Let me try something here. Is that any better?
Yeah.
Much better.
All right, I'll start over from the beginning. This is a request. We put a request out for proposals for a multi-jurisdictional hazards mitigation plan. We had 5 people respond back after a extensive review with Emergency Services Planning and Highway Department. We are going to recommend in front of you guys today is Bartlett Judas. Bartlett Judas did our previous plan, which was approximately about 2017. I believe somewhere in that area is when you did the first one. So this is an update to that one.
Okay. Any questions for Matt on this resolution? That was a whole lot better, Matt.
Well, I had the microphone on the laptop instead of my camera, so that would be on my fault.
Okay, Mr. Reagan.
That was what I was gonna ask, is what he did to change it so that
Okay.
if we get another one.
That's what it was. It was on my end.
All right, very good.
Thank you, everybody.
Thanks, Matt. There being no questions, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Carried. Thanks, Matt. Next up on the agenda is Sheriff Bigworth. And we have a resolution authorizing the chair to sign a New York State Division of Homeland Security and Emergency Services fiscal year 20 Law Enforcement Terrorism Prevention Program grant and modifying the 2020 budget for the Sheriff's Office. Is someone to move this resolution? Mr. Akers and Mr. Forsythe. Go ahead, Sheriff.
Good evening, everyone. Bless you, Nicole. I saw that. So I have a resolution from Homeland Security. This is an annual resolution, or excuse me, a grant we get from Homeland Security. We're using this year for 3 things. One will be some technical equipment. I'm looking at getting a drone for our department. Our closest drone, for the most part, is up in St. Regis. Mohawk Police, they let us use their drone in emergency situations, lost people or something like that. And it takes time, too much time for us to get that to locations, especially if it was southern part of our county. I think it's important that we get a drone, and for the obvious, for many purposes, but for the safety of some citizens. So part of that grant is going to go towards a drone. The second part will be for air cars, our tablets, our net motion for our vehicles for communication. And the third part is going to go for some gloves, suits, and boots for PPEs. So I move this resolution.
Great. Any questions or comments? Mr. Akers.
Sheriff, I was wondering on the drone, are there any restrictions for the use of it? Now, you mentioned about lost people or emergency situations. Are you restricted from doing like flyovers of private property? You mean to have a specific purpose? I mean, would you have to have a search warrant or anything like that?
No, there's no search warrant attached to that. Obviously, I'm not going to be using it to fly over someone's house for no reason. The main reason is if someone gets lost, they have infrared drones now, where they see the heat. There's different reasons you can use it, but other county agencies can use it if they need a photograph of something, or I don't want to use it exclusively if something some other department needs to use it. That's fine. Or other police agencies need to use it. I would definitely, being the regional, kind of manager of the county, be able to use that unit, not just for our department, but for all the police departments that need it in an emergency situation. So it's something not long overdue. Again, our closest one is usually the Mohawk Reservation, and sometimes it takes hours to get to a location. So I think it's time for us to really step up and buy this piece of equipment.
Just a second question is, what would be the range of it? Like some drones that you can buy, the drone can go 400 or 500 feet away from the control. Will this be higher? And
right. So the schematics, as far as what I want to buy, I haven't really nailed it down. I mean, you can really go from a simple one to a very extreme model. So I'm going to get some costs on each, drone, and the capabilities, and kind of price it out to see where I can get enough combined fee or funds to buy this. So to set an amount or how far they would go in the air, there's so many out there. I haven't really looked that far down as far as what capabilities I want. I'm just trying to get some funds put together to get a pretty sufficient one to be able to do many things with it.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Forsythe.
Thank you, Sheriff. A couple questions. One of the things I hear about the drone is someone to operate it. It seems to be the hardest part. The training to them can be time consuming. You got people able to run them right off the bat, or?
Probably not. I mean, if you're talking about a $40,000, $50,000 unit, I don't want someone that's novice operating that unit. There is training that usually goes along with the more expensive units. We would have to have a couple people that are delegated to operate that unit for cost and effectiveness. So there is training that goes along with most of those units when it gets to that particular price range. So the training is going to be part of the cost.
Okay. Also, Kevin brought up a point earlier on private property. This is starting to become the season, I guess. If you had a complaint from a neighbor, wanted to check the neighbor's property, said there was stuff growing there, is that possible to do via the drone, or does it?
Yeah, right now it's free. Yeah, it's a good question. Right now it's free air. There's really no I guess for lack of better term, cone of silence, way up in the sphere. It's public purview. Obviously, if you got a drone looking into someone's windows and of that effect, there should be some, issues there. But as far as flying a drone over someone's house or a municipality, right now there's, that's kind of a free range thing.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Sheridan.
Sheriff, who is it in your department who would have the authorization to okay the use of a drone? And is there records kept for every time you use it, for the reason why you're using it?
Oh yeah, if we had a drone, we'd have a accountability type thing and make sure we when we use it, we're going to write down when we use it, why we use it for. Again, it's not just to go around and just fly it around. There'll be purposes for it, and it'll be logged every time it's being used.
And so in other words, Sheriff, it won't be you making that ultimate decision. It will be 1 or 2 or 3 people possibly in the department, or?
Right, but if there's times that a drone will be used, it'll go through me. I will know when the drone's being used. It's not that frequent where we're going to be out there every single day, but for the use that we're going to use it for, I will know what it's being used for.
Thank you, sir.
Sure.
Anyone else have any questions, comments for the sheriff? Ms. Rakers.
Thank you, Mr. Denisha. Just another question. So, we're learning about rules of discovery. Are there specific rules written now for use of drones as far as law enforcement that you'd have to work out with the district attorney? Are there things that are in state statute now?
Right. Yeah. It falls probably under discovery if you're using it for certain, crime purposes. If you're using it for a lost person, someone wandered in the woods with Alzheimer's, something like that, that's not going to fall under discovery. You're talking about using it for surveillance or something along that lines. Yes, you would definitely have to report that. That would be discoverable. Absolutely.
Okay. Yeah. Thanks, Sheriff.
Sure.
Any further questions? Being none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Carried. And the next resolution would be a resolution accepting a fiscal year 20 Operation Stone Garden Program grant from New York State Division of Homeland Security and modifying the 2020 budget for the Sheriff's Office. Mr. Forsyth and Mr. Perkins. Go ahead, Sheriff.
So this is our also an annual grant that we get from Homeland Security. It's to enhance our border security. Most people don't know that you have to be within a 90-mile nexus of the border to qualify for this. So if you're saying why aren't some of the police departments in the middle of the state not getting this because they're not 90 miles within the border. So, that's one good respect of St. Lawrence County being right on the Canadian border is that we qualify for this grant. Out of this 400,000, our office would get 123 approximately thousand. Augsburg Police Department would get 140. Norfolk close to 10,000, and Messina almost 58,000. Messina is a new member this year of our getting onto this grant. Norfolk opted out last year and is now opted back in this year. And the remaining 70,000 gets allotted between the 3 state agencies, the state police, the park police, and the DEC. The breakdown appropriation for our department, you'll see on the bottom of the resolution. $10,000, the first 2 lines. The one $10,000 goes to the fiscal officer that assists in writing this grant and enacting it and handling all the computer printouts and everything else that needs to be done. The other $10,000 is reimbursement to the undersheriff of our office, as he's the facilitator of this grant. He's the one that technically writes all of the grant and gets all the numbers crunched and all the other things it takes to get this done. So we're getting $20,000 really back to the county coffers and wages for those two individuals. down further, as you can see the overtime amount we get. And the $64,000 is for equipment, could be pole cams, could be portables, it could be vehicles. And the last pass-through is the $206,000. We have to be the pass-through agency that passes the money through to the local PDs. It's just our job to, when we write this grant. And then on the bottom, you see the fringe amounts. So obviously the $400,000 is a nice for our county. Many agencies are involved, and it helps us with overtime, helps us with manpower, and it helps us with equipment.
Mr. Reagan.
Sheriff, Mr. Chair, if I can, I'd just like to thank the sheriff and the members of the sheriff's department for all their hard work. On behalf of the city of Ogdensburg, this $139,000 will be a great boon to the city police department in its efforts to work with the agencies along the border on both border security and drug enforcement and other issues facing law enforcement here in the North Country. I don't think that the Sheriff's Department gets all the credit it deserves for its efforts to work with the local police departments and other law enforcement agencies. And I think the leadership shown by the Sheriff's Department in helping local police departments to expand their ability to serve their citizens and fight crime and address their needs is an important role. And I would just like to thank the Sheriff's Department and its members for their hard work and the benefits that all of us receive from improved security and better equipment for our officers. Thank you.
Mr. Akers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sheriff, you mentioned that the town of Norfolk had dropped out and they're dropping, and then now they're joining again. I mean, why would they do such a thing? Is there a paperwork obligation or a financial obligation from the towns?
There is. I mean, yeah, so it's a great question. So there is, every individual entity, the PDs have to have really a designated person to formulate a report and crunch the numbers, and there's a lot of things that have to be done to complete this this grant. It's pretty extensive, and that's why we get some monies back for our fiscal officer and the undersheriff, because it's a real time-consuming grant. But obviously, for $400,000, you're gonna put the work in, and we don't mind putting the work in, and we don't mind being the facilitator and the regional, spearheading the education and the training and helping out all the police departments we can. I think the sheriff, and I've said it before, should be the one to facilitate those things to the PD. And I thank Mr. Reagan for his kind words, but it takes a lot of the chiefs of these PDs and the state police and the border patrol and HSI. It does take a team, and it goes both ways. And I think right now I can confidently say that our police agencies, our law enforcement, are working together much better than they ever have in my 33 years of service. So I got to put a big thank you out to a lot of agencies out there, because our camaraderie and our focus on what the mission is for the people of St. Lawrence County out there is really strong between the police departments, the state police, and our agencies. So I have to thank those individuals and those departments.
Good. Well, thank you, and thank you for your leadership.
Thank you.
Anyone else have any questions or comments for the sheriff regarding this resolution? There being none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Carried. And the last one is a resolution accepting a 2021 Police Traffic Services Grant from the State of New York Governor's Traffic Safety Committee and modifying the 2020 budget for the Sheriff's Office. Someone to move this resolution. Mr. Akers, Mr. Fay. Go ahead, Sheriff.
Okay, so this is a traffic service grant. We get this annually also. It's usually about $2,000 to $3,000. We're up to $5,000 now, which is really good. What we really try to focus on is some V&T complaints we get from citizens, and we do get them. rightfully so, because there's a lot of areas with districts where the speed limits, at minor speeds, and we get complaints. So this gives us an opportunity to really address those areas that we can't get to during our normal work hours because we're quite busy. So we really look at getting into those areas and slow down some people. We're looking for phone cell usage. We're looking for people that are texting, really dangerous drivers and speeders and seatbelt usage. So this really gives us a little bump, giving us a little manpower to get out there and to really educate the public on why we do these things. It all comes down to the safety of drivers out there. I tell people, and they talk to me all the time about giving out tickets, and it's not about revenue. It's not about a quota. In my mind and in my officers' minds, it's about the safety of the citizens and getting people to be educated on why we do these things. So this really gives us a little payment. It gets us out some patrols to hit some areas that we really can't do during our regular patrol.
Great. Any questions for the sheriff? There being none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Carried. Thank you, Sheriff.
Just a minute, Larry, I don't know if you talked to the county administrator, does she want me to talk about what happened this morning at this point?
That, if you would like to, absolutely, go ahead.
Yeah, she asked me to address that. So those that don't know, we had another round of Operation Drop this morning where we got some indictments through the grand jury. About 44 individuals were indicted. Approximately 80 charges. It's kind of piggybacks off of Operation Drop from May, where the focus on the first stage was the drug dealers from out of the area that would bring in the drugs. This one focused kind of, I call it stage 2. It focused more on individuals that were facilitating from our county, bringing these individuals into our county or bringing these individuals in with their illegal drugs, their dangerous drugs. So the second stage really kind of focused on those individuals that are living in our county, but bringing these individuals into our county with their drugs and the crime that goes along with it. I can tell you today that we arrested 21 of the 44 individuals. We're going to try to round up the other 23 tomorrow. So it's still a process that's still going. Out of the 21 individuals that were arrested today, 2 were put in jail. And we'll be focusing more on that. And if you need to know the jail population right now, we're up to 73. We've had a big bump in the last 2 or 3 weeks. At our low point, we were down about 45. As I told you, I know in previous meetings, I knew we were going to have a bump, and don't be surprised if we have a bigger bump up close to 100 in no time. You've got the courts that are reopening. You've got probation that's coming back online. I know parole's really hitting their numbers harder. So you're going to see an influx of more inmates probably come into our facility within the next 1 or 2 months. And we're already up to 73. And probably 2 weeks ago, we were high 50s. So you can see it's not taking long to jump up there. So if anybody has any questions about those 2 topics.
No, I don't see any, so I think we're good.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
James. There we are.
Everyone.
The resolution authorizing the chair to sign a contract with the New York State Defenders Association for the Public Defender Case Management System. Is someone to move this resolution? Mr. Akers and Mr. Reagan. Go ahead, James.
This is both the conflict defenders and our database system that we use to keep track of open cases, conflicts, and a number of other of things. This also they work hand in hand with the Indigent Legal Services to allow us to pull out data. We actually spent probably 2 or 3 days correcting a lot of old data with them. So they're a good provider. And it's $9,000, I believe, for both my office and the conflict defender's office. This is also covered through indigent legal services funds. I believe this year, this would be covered in 9 and 10, which hopefully we'll have resolutions to use soon.
Any questions for James regarding this resolution? There being none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Carried. Thank you, James.
No problem.
Vacancy Review Committee.
So for vacancy this month, there were 13 positions reviewed. There were 2, I believe, abolish and create positions considered, as well as 3 temporary positions, of which you'll see on this agenda, we have 3 departments represented. I believe there were 8 departments overall represented at vacancy this month. And that being said, the sheriff is, I believe, still with us, and he can speak to the first position of correction officer. Brooks?
So thank you. As I come before, the New York State Commission of Corrections has a minimum staffing set by the commission. Right now it's 56. One that just resigned from our office brings us down to 55. So I need to fill this position to get to the New York State Commission of Corrections minimum staffing, which is 56.
Questions from anyone in regards to this position? Mr. Akers.
Just to state it to the sheriff, so we need 56, whether we have 45 inmates or 170 inmates, correct?
Yep. So you have to go through a review, and I've addressed this before. You have to go through a review with the state commissions to look at your numbers. And when I became sheriff in the beginning of the year, I know we talked about this, and I know the other sheriffs, the 62 in the county, or the state, have already asked the commission due to COVID and due to bail reform, their numbers went down. Some counties a lot more than ours, actually, tell you the truth. But the commission says, well, hold on a minute, a couple reasons. Number one, we want to get a snapshot of a year or more of bail reform to see where your numbers are going to be at. And then we got hit with COVID, and they said, okay, we're really going to stop now because this is an anomaly and you really don't know where your numbers really truly fall. So I would love to tell you that I'd like to go to the commission and say, can we review and get our numbers? But right now they're not looking at anybody for at least a year, they told us all. So I know it's not the answer you want to hear, but that's the answer New York State is giving me.
I didn't think that it had changed, but thank you.
Okay, no problem.
Next is probation. I believe Tim is with us. Hi, Tim. You are muted.
There we go. How's that?
There you are. Tim has 2 positions to bring before you tonight.
So the first is the supervisor position. This is a long-term employee, Cy Bristol. I don't know how many of you were able to work with him. I've sent him in my stead in the past to the board meetings. He was a 30-plus year employee. So his retirement left a void for us. Based on the state's H-10 rule, we have to have a certain number of supervisors per employee. So this would put us back into compliance with the number of employees we have. If we don't stay in compliance with the H-10 rule, we could lose some of our block grant money.
Questions? Next one, Tim.
The next one is well, we started off as abolish and create. I'm not sure if we figured out if we had to do the abolish and create or not. This is for a probation assistant position in our Ogdensburg office. I want to upgrade it to a probation officer. Since COVID started, I've been trying to jockey positions around, and it's been tough because of the male to female ratio we have here for drug testing. The probation assistants aren't able to do as much as the probation officers, so I've been we've had kind of a we've been moving people from one office to another, and they're driving sometimes 30 to 40 miles to get there. So I wanted to increase it so they could do more. They could supervise juveniles, they can supervise sentenced people, where the probation assistants can only do the pretrial. The probation assistants aren't, they're not, we can't have them sworn peace officers, so they're not able to do a lot of the stuff the sworn officers are able to do. So the difference in price is just shy of $4,000. The position's been empty since February, so we've more than saved enough money to make up for the difference in pay. It's just going to allow us to do a lot more than what we can do now.
And if you review the summary, you saw a recommendation that's a little bit different than that which you normally see. So in talking with Tim and looking at the status currently of his officers with some room, not a great deal of room left for capacity, the Vacancy Review Committee thought perhaps as those cases, as he's described, start to increase, that he and I can go over that. We'll go ahead and give him the authorization to fill, but then we'll have another discussion before he actually fills the position. So this will allow the action of abolishing the assistant, creating the officer to take place.
Questions? Like we're good.
Thank you, Tim.
Thank you.
And then the last one on this agenda is for the public defender. So I think we still have James. There he is. Hey, James, again?
Yes, this is an assistant public defender position. It's been vacant since September of last year. We had the opportunity to receive some grants, and I believe those have been presented to the board. And we've moved positions around to maximize the reimbursement the county could have. But part of that is that we have to get that funding, we have to keep spending some of the county funds. So we don't lose those. We also have to start working towards the caseload standards, which are 50 violent felonies, 100 nonviolent felonies, 300 misdemeanors, and 200 post-disposition cases. That's the maximum number per attorney that is allowed to be average numbered. Currently, we have, last year we opened 2,287 cases between family and criminal court. This year so far, we've opened 1,098, and we currently have 831 cases pending, spread amongst 9 attorneys, some that do family court. We have 3 of those that do family court, and the rest are predominantly criminal attorneys. So that this position would be to fill that and keep moving in that direction.
Questions?
You said that you got some grants to help with this. Could you tell us a little more about what those are, how much they would be, if these are a one-time or an ongoing, maybe kind of thing?
So this position actually is a county-funded position. The grant-funded positions are through Harold Herring and Upstate Caseload, but this is a county-funded position.
If I could, Mr. Chair. One of the things that's important about the Harold Herring case is it's intended to supplement, not supplant. So I think where James is coming from when he talks about those is it's important for the county to maintain the level of attorney staff so that the ones that have been added that are grant funded can continue to be paid for. The concern is if those weren't filled that the county pays for, then we would actually be replacing those and they wouldn't reimburse.
That's right.
Any other questions for James? Thank you, James. And we do still have the district attorney who should be joining us here. There he is. Hi, Gary.
Hello.
So Gary has one position for us. Go ahead.
So we had one assistant district attorney leave. This is actually his second time leaving. He had left once for Watertown, asked to come back. We hired him back. Now he's leaving to take a job in Florida where they're going to let him work from home for the rest of the year for more money than we were paying. So I don't foresee him coming back, and I don't plan on rehiring him a third time. But we certainly have plenty of work. We still have the 34 local courts, which are starting to open back up. County court has opened back up. As you know, we got an extra assistant with the discovery changes that came into effect. Those are still in place. And while our numbers are down this year, we're currently only at about 1,500 cases we've opened when we typically open about 3,500 for the year. That goes directly to COVID and also not having a grand jury since from March until the middle of August. So we have lots of courts to cover, and some of the things that aren't usually thought about, you know, on a day-to-day basis, besides the courts, we have victims to meet with, we have witnesses to prepare. For instance, what the sheriff talked about earlier, the 80 count indictment, 44 people we indicted. I had an assistant who's in grand jury for 9 consecutive days once the grand jury reopened. So it's that kind of thing where I have someone out of the office that long, where we have to make sure things don't fall behind. So it's essential, in my view, to have that person at this time.
Questions? Looks like we're good, Gary.
Thank you, Gary.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And then just to mention, annually at the August Finance Committee meeting, I've been making a habit of giving you some of what I've been talking about the last couple of months, but I will run out the fill dates and the percentages as we complete the year, and I will bring you any recommendations that have been discussed and review those that you put into place last year, and then take feedback if you think it's working or if you think we need to make modification. And that's all for vacancy.
Okay, great. I need to take just a second and go step down to my other desk and get my reports. Okay. On to committee reports. Normally I leave mine till last, but I will start with myself. Agriculture and Farmland Protection Board. Our last meeting was Thursday, April 2nd. Next meeting is not going to be until Thursday, October 1, and I have nothing to report. Mr. Burke, Alternatives to Incarceration Board.
There have been no meetings in the last quarter, so there's nothing to report.
Okay, thank you. Do we have anyone from the Board of Trustees who's been appointed? No. Emergency Medical Services Advisory Board. Ms. Kern.
Hi there. We've not had an additional meeting since the last time that I reported.
Okay, thank you. Next is Environmental Management Council, Legislator Terminelli.
Hello, everybody. So our last meeting was on July 15th via Zoom. We typically at our monthly meetings have a presentation, but this past meeting we did not have a presentation. So we just kind of had an update on the subcommittees and the prioritizations for the rest of the year. Environment and Economy Subcommittee plans to focus on agriculture and the understanding and working with the ag industry, maybe sending out some surveys to those in the ag industry to collect some information about needs and concerns, and also bringing in speakers from agricultural industries. The Invasive Species Subcommittee is continuing to look at education for EAB in partnership with our forester, getting information about the movement of the spotted lanternfly that's expanding through Pennsylvania right now. And then also wild parsnip, and a plan to maybe survey the municipalities to see how they're dealing with wild parsnip, to see if we could come up with a countywide plan for that. And then the Watershed Management partnership with the Fishery Advisory Board to educate, possibly an education campaign to go along with the consumption of contaminated fish in St. Lawrence County. as well as monitoring the progress of the St. Lawrence River Watershed Revitalization Plan that began last year and is moving through its phases. And then they're also eager to get information about the NOAA proposal that we're going to be hearing about in our services committee meeting this evening. Our next meeting for that is Wednesday, August 19th at 6 o'clock via Zoom.
Thank you.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes. Go ahead.
Do you have anything about the emerald ash borer?
Yes, so that's what I was speaking about with the invasive species subcommittee. They monitor the EAB, the emerald ash borer, and so we get a lot of information from Aaron Berger, our county forester, on that. Aaron does the forester and his team do surveying of the county roadways for the movement of the emerald ash borer throughout the county, keeping an eye as it moves along the river, but also as it moves inland to identify the trees that have been attacked, I'll say, by this invasive species. Also monitoring for fallen ash and making sure that we're removing those trees alongside the roadside so that they don't become an emergency, or they don't do any kind of damage to vehicles or to people. Is that what you're looking for?
Yeah, thank you. I was just wondering how this problem has affected us so far. It's definitely a clear and present danger, but I'm not sure how much it's developed so far in this area.
It really has, and they keep identifying new communities that it's encroached into. I feel like at each meeting we get an update that it's gone a little bit further.
Would it be, legislator Smithers raises a question, would it not be appropriate perhaps to have Aaron come next month and give a presentation?
Sure. Aaron and John Tenbush.
Yeah, either or.
Yeah, and if I could speak to that just for a moment. Sure. Legislator Smithers and certainly others, Legislator Fiacco, we did make efforts to get an assessment that the board was made aware of. We can certainly share that out with you as well, as far as our forester making an assessment of exactly what you described. Certainly that's advanced since that time. And our interest also in looking at what other counties are doing is we looked to partner with National Grid, and we're politely told that they work in their right-of-ways exclusively. Sometimes our contention was they might overlap with the county road right-of-ways. So we continue looking for options, but what we've seen some other counties do is actually set aside appropriations. And when we looked at ours, it would probably be the better part of $750,000 to address this issue wholesale. So looking at how we may do that over the next 5 years, certainly with the things ahead of us now makes it uncertain, but that is the interest, to figure out a way that we can address it to prevent any of the dangers that are potential with this issue.
That'd be good, thank you.
Yep. Yeah.
Okay, all set?
Sure.
Okay. Thank you. Next one is the Fire Advisory Board. Fire Advisory Board last met on Thursday, June 18th via Zoom. Our next meeting is scheduled for Thursday, August 20th, and I have nothing to report. Inter-County Legislative Committee, Legislative Kern.
Hi there. August does not have a meeting, so my first meeting I will be going to is in September.
Okay, thank you. Jury Board, Mr. Sheridan.
Mr. Chairman, the jury board has not met since our last meeting.
Okay, thank you. And Planning Board, Mr. Fay.
Okay, on Planning Board, I think Jason and yourself did a good job addressing a number of things, especially the contract with DATE for mapping GIS, and the discussion went pretty forward on census and the lead problems in the county. So they've already been discussed. I won't discuss them again, but I'd like to bring up a couple of things that have gone through the planning board that looks like they're creating jobs for the county. And we're talking about the Inland Brewery, on Route 37. We're talking about the convenience store in downtown Morley. And I think another thing that we should be conscious of, and maybe going back to our villages and town once in a while, about is the brewery that they proposed on Water Street in Messina has got a few problems because of zoning. And I think the village official or employee even questioned that they should review their zoning when something like a brewery, which is creating jobs, are coming to a community. And I think we all have to be conscious of that, because sometimes I think our zoning prevents us from creating jobs. Okay, and I think that's also important that we are conscious of it, maybe sometimes through the county planning board or through action directly with the town planning boards and village planning boards, that we can make it easier to create jobs within the community. Thank you. I should say our next meeting is Thursday, always the second Thursday of every month. So it'll be a Zoom meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan. Yeah, and I just want to make a comment of what you said, you should make it easier. I think that's one of the things that, yeah, anytime that we can make it easier to bring new business in, I think we need to do that. And we don't often, oftentimes we seem to make it more difficult. So thank you, Dan. Do we have any old business come before the committee? Any new business? We have a need for an executive session.
At the other meeting, yes,
covered.
if that's okay.
Okay, we stand adjourned.
I'd like to call the August 2020 Services Meeting to order.
I understand, you know, but the point is, what if, you know?
Do I have a motion to approve the agenda? Mr. Akers, seconded by Mr. Lightfoot. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Carried. Motion to approve the July Services Committee minutes. Motion, Mr. Dave Dave Forsythe, and seconded by Dan Fay. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Carried. Move on to resolutions. We have a resolution authorizing the chair to sign a contract with the New York State Department of Health for the Children with Special Health Care Needs Program grant. Do we have a motion? Mr. Forsythe, seconded by, I remember to look up the screen there, by Mr. Akers. Dr. McGuire, would you like to speak? This motion? This resolution?
Rita's got it, Ian.
Rita?
I think she wants to be a second.
You got a second too, Rita? I'm sorry, I didn't see over there in that screen. Thank you. Part of you're cut off. Okay, we got Rita as a second as well. Go ahead, Dana.
Okay,
Do we have
thank
Dana
you. This first resolution is for an annual contract. Can you hear me?
You're cutting out,
Can you hear
Dana,
me?
but yes, we can now. Keep trying. You'll be okay, I think.
Okay. This first resolution is for a grant we have for the Children with Special Health Needs Grant Program. This is for the same amount that we received last year. This program helps to provide a, it's like for kids 0 to 21, should they have any needs, we can do links to services, provide resources, and things of that nature.
Thank you. Any discussion? No discussion, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Carried. Next resolution is a resolution authorizing the chair to sign a contract with the New York State Department of Health for Early Intervention Administration Program for the Public Health Department. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
So moved by Rick Perkins. Was it Rick or was it you, Mr. Denisha? Seconded by, your hand's right in front of the Rita. Okay. Any, let's go on the, what you got to say about that, Dana?
Okay. This second one is also for an annual contract for the EI program. This services children 0 to 3 that need to meet their milestones. This amount is the same as it was for last year as well.
Any discussion? No discussion, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Carried. Another resolution authorizing the chair to sign contracts with the community organizations for services associated with the COVID-19 response grant. We have a motion by Mr. Perkins, second by Mr. Akers. Go ahead, Dana.
So this third one is to sign contracts with both like a billboard company and North Country Now. So this goes along with the ads that I showed at the presentation for the billboards and for the ads in North Country Now.
Any discussion? No discussion, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Carried. We have another resolution authorizing the chair to sign a contract with the New York State Department of Health to accept opioid epidemic grant funding to fight the opioid epidemic in St. Lawrence County. We have a motion by Mr. Akers, seconded by Rita Kern. Go ahead, Dana.
So this resolution is to sign the contract. This is the second year of a 3-year grant. We've received to do the opioid work. So we get $72,000 per year for 3 years. The first year, actually, we got $75,000, and that was an extension for 3 more years. So this is the second year now of the 3-year extension.
Any discussion? Being no discussion, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Carried. Next, thank you very much, Dana. Next resolution is approval of bad debt write-offs for community services. Jay?
Yeah.
Wait, yeah, go ahead. Well, wait a minute, let me get the motion. Motion? Mr. Dave Forsythe, seconded by Jim Reagan. Okay, now go ahead, Jay. Got ahead of myself.
Good evening and thank you. So the first of my 2 resolutions, or community services 2 resolutions, is for the bad debt write-off for community services. You may recall in December of last year, we had a similar resolution to write off bad debt from the year 2016 and prior. In the third whereas, this resolution, it gives a kind of a clinic breakdown of where these costs were incurred, these losses. The fourth whereas in the resolution breaks it down by the types of payer. There's really, 3 main categories, for bad debt write-offs. Untimely billing, is one of the causes for not getting reimbursements from payers. Particularly in 2017, when I came on, one of the issues was documentation and treatment planning. We've since put stopgaps in place, through audits and chart review to make sure that treatment plans are being done on a more timely manner. Another reason is rate adjustment. A lot of times the contracted rate, what we have with particularly commercial payers, is not what we bill those for. And back in 2017, those discrepancies in terms of what we billed for versus what we had to write off because of the contract, were not being done in real time. Subsequently, I think it was like April of 2018, we brought on Trizetto, which is an electronic clearinghouse. So these corrections are now done in real time for the electronic remittances. And then our billing staff does those manually for the ones that we have to submit a written request for reimbursement. And then the last category would be the self-pay and co-pays.
Any discussion? Mr. Lightfoot?
When I look at this, I'm in awe here at the number of dollars involved. And normally when I think of a bad debt, I think that somebody is not able to pay their bill. That apparently is not the case with that. Is that, Jay?
Well, I wouldn't say that's certainly not the predominant situation. No, I mean, I think some of it was, billing errors, denials that weren't being worked at the time. And again, the rate adjustments from, what we have contracted versus what we actually bill for the private insurance. So it's a combination of things, yes, but you're correct.
So it isn't an individual not paying his bill problem. It is a problem with either billing or coding or something other than that. Is that accurate?
I think, yes. I mean, there certainly were problems with billing, that, you know, we've tried to correct over the years and gotten better at that. But, you know, certainly in 2017, there were, you know, some ongoing issues that were not being addressed.
Where are, if I may,
Yes, go ahead, Mr. Chairman.
this is for 2017. Where are we with 2018 and 2019 as far as revenues that we have not yet received that are in arrears?
We've really gotten those numbers together yet.
Well, I would think that after after the year is over, that there ought to be a way to take a look at the books and see how much is still on the books that we haven't been compensated for.
Yeah, I could
Is
get
that
those
a figure that's available?
I could get those numbers. It's a little bit of a moving target because some of those are still in collections and we're still receiving payments. And even with some of these that we're writing off in this resolution tonight, or potentially writing off tonight, there is still the possibility that we receive some of these revenues through the collection process.
One more, Mr.
Yes,
Chairman.
go ahead, Mr. Laker.
Jay, we farm these out, these bad debts, to collection agencies. How much have we farmed out to them with respect to, the total amounts that I'm seeing here just for 2017?
Most of these would have already gone to collections. The exception would be, and this has recently changed, but the exception used to be if they were still active and ongoing in terms of receiving services, that we did not send them to collections. But we have since changed that. So I would say the majority of these have been sent to collections.
Yes, Renee, go ahead.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Just making sure.
Yes, I can hear you, Renee. Yeah.
Okay. I just thought I would speak a little bit about the process. This is part of an ongoing change that we've made with dealing, I think, with in particular community services accounts receivable. So I'll just give you a little bit of history about this. And some of you may remember when I start talking about this, for the fiscal year 2018, which really we were working on last summer, we as part of our ongoing efforts in my office to improve our reporting, we took a look at allowances for doubtful accounts, and in particular, with community services, we felt there was a really large accounts receivable there, and that it had been growing over a couple of years. So we reached out to community services to take a look at their outstanding balances by year, and after we took a look at things, we set up a procedure to start addressing these old uncollectible balances. And last year, we made an entry to the 2018 fiscal year end books to establish a rather large allowance account that in January, the department actually was, or the first meeting in January, they brought in a similar resolution of $966,000 that was tied to 2016 and older. And we had a long conversation about that at the time. But this is the second step in the process. We at the end of every year now, so for 2019, we had a rather large amount that was 16 and prior. We've booked that, and now the board has actually addressed it, and we've removed them from the books. With the January resolution, it was resolution 7-2020. So this is the next step in it. This is targeting the 2017, which is now in that 3-year bracket. Once it gets into that bracket, it's really difficult to collect. There's windows for certain funding that you can't get. If I recall, Medicaid is like a 90-day rebuild period or something like that. That's more Jay's area to speak about. But I wanted to jump in and give you a little background on it, because 257,000 is what we had identified a year ago for 2017. So bringing 230 is pretty realistic. That means they were still able to collect, or more likely some adjustments were done to some accounts for billing errors and things like that. And it goes hand in hand with the work that's been done in the department, I think, to try to firm up their in-house accounting for things. When I'm looking at the documentation that was provided to my office to set up, the first step in this is to set up the allowance account. So for the fiscal year 19 year end, we set up an allowance of 257,000, and 230 is what they're bringing in. But someone had asked about the 2018 outstanding, and that amount looks like I pulled up the wrong journal entry. It's considerably less as we progress through these older years. We had to get through it, and it was getting rid of the older years and a combination of that, and then cleaning up how things are handled going forward. And that really started, I would think, the early last year. And I think we're making a lot of progress with it. But an allowance is set up at the end of the year to represent an estimate of the accounts receivable that won't be collected. And I think this is a realistic amount to come in with to write off this 230,000. If it doesn't mean that they can't collect it, and they are turned over for collections, but I think our likelihood of receiving them is, it gets to a point when they're that old that we won't receive it. So as far as the accounts, as the books go, this is the next step in taking care of cleaning up the county's fiscal records. And I'll stop there.
Mr. Burke. Go ahead, Mr. Burke.
I think it's important to remember that the IMA, the entity that we contract with to do our billing, their gold standard was 90%. If everything, from their estimation, if everything was running smoothly, we would collect 90% of what we billed. So there is a kind of an inherent loss that even the best providers have to take and have to write off. I remember sitting at the table when we had hired a group of consultants for community services to come in. This was before we had IMA, to come in and help with the billing. They were very clear that the most complicated billing for any medical services is mental health and substance abuse. Far more difficult than billing for doctors' offices and other medical services. So, my opinion is that, if we're looking for more than the gold standard, if we're looking for more than 90%, then we're asking for more than what's deliverable. And I just think it's, we were after Jay for productivity, and it certainly looks like he delivered that, and I think we have to be very careful not to ask him to deliver what's unreasonable to produce. And so, and I do have another question for Jay when we're off this topic. But I think we need to be very careful in passing judgment when we don't know all of the background.
Mr. Lightfoot.
Well, I think I've seen enough background to know that in the space of a couple of years, we've left on the table well over $1 million. And God knows what 18, 19, and 20 are going to bring, even though it's on the downhill slide, so I'm told. My opinion is that we're leaving way too much money on the table. The reason we're leaving it on the table is because we are either not doing a good job billing for it, or we're not being accurate in what we are asking for. I don't have any problem with the outfit that does our billing saying that, mistakes are going to be made. I realize that. And that 10% is what they feel is a permissible figure. I have a problem with the cause of us leaving this money on the table. And admittedly, the cause is we're not doing a good job with our billing. Blame whoever you want, be it us, be it the county, or be it the people that are doing the billing for us. But Jay, I will have some additional questions for you about this. I won't go into them all right now, but I think that we need some explanation here. When we got a write-off over $900,000 last year, and that we think that because the estimate was going to be $257,000 this year, and it's only $230,000, that just doesn't cut it for me. So with that being said, I will be in touch with you.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Mr. Akers.
Jay, it looks like about 70% of the losses are in chemical dependency. Would that ring true for what we wrote off, the 900,000 we wrote off last year also?
I don't know. I haven't run those numbers for tonight. But I do know one of the difficulties with chemical dependency clinics, particularly the outlying clinics, is we haven't had front office staff there to manage more of the collection of the self-pays and the co-pays. And now, certainly during this period of COVID, there's been guidance that has been rolled out that we are not supposed to be charging self-pay and COVID, or self-pay and co-pays during this time of, we've been looking at, the revenues coming in, and we're not seeing that the payers are covering that co-pay from what we've looked at. So, I've reached out to the Conference of Local Mental Hygiene Directors and, posed a question that I have not yet got an answer in terms of who's responsible during this time of COVID to cover the co-pays and the self-pays. Is it the payers? And obviously, if they're self-pay, they don't have a payer. So we're talking about co-pays, but who's really on the hook for that? Is it the providers or the payers? And I have yet to get an answer.
These type of losses, are the private clinics experience anything of this nature? I mean, just in these last years around the hook here, the taxpayers were about $1.2 million.
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question?
Well, I was wondering, on an industry standard, are these type of uncollectibles in the private sector, would they be acceptable? Or are they experiencing the same type of failure for collection?
Well, I can't speak to some of them individually. I think, within the industry as a whole, I think that providers suffer, with trying to get their reimbursement because the complexity of the mental health billing codes and the different add-ons and different modifiers that, are a little, more precarious to understand than, say, the regular medical codes.
Thank you, Jay.
Go ahead, Mr. Burke.
Within every business, there are money producers, and then there are things that cause you to run into the red. And I think, I'm just going to take this opportunity to say it again. Community Services Board, along with one of our own legislators, who was part of that process, just diverted $1.4 million away from what would have more than offset any past loss and would more than offset the estimate for 2018-19 and so forth. And to top it all off, it was done with, in my opinion, with very, very weak evidence. And again, our own legislator participated in that. So as we sit back and try to pass judgment on Jay and community services, we had an opportunity to solidify our position as a provider, which we've been for many, many years. I mean, we've been in this business longer than any of the competitors recently that put in for this methadone clinic. So the idea that we would all of a sudden look to pass judgment, it makes me wonder, you know, does anybody have an agenda here? I mean, sure, we want to emphasize what's being lost from community services. We've lost money every year. For how many years? Before Jay came. You know, now all of a sudden we want to focus on it. Well, I'll tell you, my opinion is there are people on our colleagues who would love nothing more than to shut down our services. And the fact that something that would have balanced the books or helped balance the books was diverted away from us is, in my mind, it just defies logic. And I'm all in favor of providing the best services for the people of St. Lawrence County, but nobody will ever convince me that the best service, that the county isn't the best service.
Any further discussion?
Yes.
Mr. Curran, go ahead. Go ahead, Rita.
Sorry, can you hear me now?
Yes.
So any place I've gone during this COVID-19, I've still had to pay my copay to the eye doctor or wherever else. So I'm not sure why mental health would be any different. And we on our end in private practice have not been told that we can't collect a copay during this time. So I'm not sure. I'd like to know where that comes from. And the other thing is I mean, if 90% is what we can expect to collect, what percentage are we actually collecting, say, as of 2019?
Well, it's, you know, that is in your board of legislator updates in terms of what was billed and then the paid percentages. So it's anywhere from 88 to 82, 83% credit from October of 19 to February of this year.
Mr. Perkins.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just like to make a comment. These numbers are before Jay came here. 2017 is when he came in here. But these are all the debt write-offs from previous Jay. And since that time, we've got IMA in doing the billing. We've changed that. And we're in the mid 80% at the moment. I don't know about the past 3 months or so, but things look like they're getting better. I'm not sure if it's, you know, perfect yet, but just to take a note that this wasn't Jay's doing. I just want everybody to know that. And things have changed around, so thank you.
To speak to the differences that were requested. So I'm looking at the resolution that was approved in January, and the difference for chemical dependency at that time, which I believe Renee confirmed for me if you would, the 900,000 was everything backwards, right?
Everything, yes.
Everything, so not just a few years, that was everything that was sitting out there. And the cleanup that's being requested now in the 230 is a drop for chemical dependency of 322,915 and a drop for mental health of $324,478. And I believe, Renee, there's going to be one more year of a sizable one that we can predict. Is that correct?
I'm just looking at the backup that we booked the 2019 year-end allowance for, and my calculation for, if it looks like the 2018 outstanding at the end of 2019 is $117,000 and roughly. So it's still a big jump down from this amount for the 2017. And the 2019 that was outstanding at the time that report was done was 276,000. But you know, we bill right up until December 31st. So that's a tough number to look at as of December 31st, 2019. So that's good progress on the 2018, I think, versus the 2017 number as well.
And can the legislators find that in the revenue for each of the clinics? Is that the best spot where they can see that difference?
You won't, I don't know that you'd see it in the revenue. Where you're going to see the revenue is affected at the end of the year when the treasurer's office establishes the allowance.
Okay.
So at December,
year-end.
yes. So at year end, we set up the contra asset account. We established that amount. So we booked $241,000 and some change as of December 31st, 2019. Then this resolution is the second step. It comes in and it reduces the contra asset account and reduces the accounts receivable. But the actual impact on the financial statements was of December 31st, 2019. So that's the offset to the allowance is the revenues for that year.
So that's what absorbs the difference, where you can see that. So when you look at, and you can see those numbers produced, we looked at that, I believe at budget time. That is where they get, you know, precipitously with these bigger numbers, but like Renee said, we're seeing those numbers come down. And what was the number again, Renee? Last year, look, 116?
It looks like at the end of the year, what was outstanding for 2018 is about $117,000. So that will most likely be less this time of year next year when the department comes in with their request.
And I think at that time, the farthest back we could place was 2002. And so we attribute this even on an average of about $56,000 a year when you look at the 900,000. Now, some years were more than others. But when you go over that period of time, $56,000 a year on an average, we do need to get back to, in the treasurer's office is pushing this for these bad debt write-offs. You see them from probation and you see them from community services. Often, legislators have opposed them simply because they're bad debt write-offs. Collection options, collection efforts continue, no matter what. But it's really important, I think, when you look at how the department's doing, like Renee said, they're making progress. That's all.
Thank you, Ms. Booth. Mr. Burke?
Just to point out one additional thing, we are a provider of last resort. We provide services whether people can afford to pay, for people that can't afford to pay, as well as for people that can pay. And unlike many other entities that you show your insurance first before you receive services, St. Lawrence County is more concerned about providing the services. And not to diminish the importance of billing when people have insurance or Medicaid or Medicare, but we are a provider of last resort, and it's important to keep that in mind. And it's an important service for the people of our county that can't afford to pay. Thank you.
I could add to that. On the chemical dependency side, Medicare does not pay for any chemical dependency services. So if we have someone, come through our doors that only has Medicare, we continue to serve them regardless of their ability to pay.
Any more discussion? Being none, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
We have 2 no votes, Mr. Akers and Mr. Lightfoot. Motion's carried. We have another resolution authorize the chair to sign 2 contracts with the New York State Governor's Traffic Safety Committee to accept the Traffic Safety Program and Child Passenger Safety Grants 2020 to 2021. Do we have a motion? Motion by Dan Fay, second by Mr. Akers. Go ahead, Jay.
Okay, these 2 programs are embedded into our special programs. So we received a total for both of these grants of $89,199. That's $535 less than what we asked for, but it's an increase of $665 over last year's grant monies. So these monies are used for, obviously, we give out to low-income households car seats and provide the education of fitting the car seat properly. The other things that the traffic safety does is a lot of education and training within the community. We have seatbelt safety, nighttime safety, driving under the influence education, slow-moving vehicle education, which is certainly important with the Amish community. We have motorcycle safety, teen driver safety, older driver risks, training or education in children in hot vehicles, pedestrian and bike safety, animal actions in terms of how to avoid collisions with animals across the road. So that's some of the education that these programs provide.
Any discussion? No discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Carried. Next, we have a resolution amending the St. Lawrence County Youth Advisory Board.
Chair, we have the monthly updates.
Oh, excuse me, let's go with the update.
You should have printed copies, and it was posted on Google Drive. Jay?
So, starting off with the no-shows. No-shows did go up a little this month, about 8.8%. I'm hoping that that's not a trend. I really don't have an explanation at this point why it did go up a little bit, but no-show rates and cancellations rates do fluctuate over time. So that's always going to remain consistent. In terms of counselor visit averages, with all clinics, the aggregate, in May we were 4.99, June we were 5.18, and then this month this month being July, we're at 5.36. The chemical dependency visits for 7 hours have also increased slightly. Mental health visits for 7 hours have just slightly decreased, but they're still meeting the goal of 72% face-to-face billable time. The chemical dependency weighted visits, again, the goal is 72%. In May, we were at 55. June, we were at 58.8. And again, July, we're at 61.3. So we're moving that needle slightly as well. Prescriber visits, they've decreased slightly. One thing I'll say about our prescriber visits is that a lot of people do a 15-minute medication management appointment, and we do some of those when we feel it's clinically indicated. A higher percentage are 30-minute sessions, but for Medicaid, we get add-on rates for that. So for instance, if we do a 30-minute session or greater, the medication management rate for Medicaid and Medicaid managed care is $133.88. With a 30-minute add-on, which is $75.31, for that 30-minute appointment, we get $209.19. If we see them, if these are prescribers now, if the prescribers or the doctors or NP sees them for 45 minutes or longer, again, there's a base rate of $133.88 per session. but with the add-on, which is $117.15, it's a 251 and 3 cent visit for a 45-minute or over. And one of the reasons that I'm bringing that to your attention now is, if you'll notice, you know, the category, one of the categories has been omitted, which is services provided all clinics. And we came up with some numbers that jumped a little bit higher than we thought was realistic from June to July. So we looked further into that, and IMA has been not billing some of these add-ons correctly, meaning that they're billing 2 add-ons with 1 visit. So it inflated the numbers. So we've just begun. The person who does the billing was on vacation last week. So we're just trying to now dig in and figure out where IMA went wrong and what would be, you know, the steps to try to correct that.
Any questions?
The last thing I will say in terms of the waiting lists, you know, we're still at 0, but you know, how do you define waiting lists, right? I mean, it's just like you don't have a pile of referrals stacked in a drawer, but we are scheduling out on the mental health side, not on the chemical dependency side. We are scheduling out now 3 to 4 weeks. So we say we don't have a wait list, but we actually have a 3-4 week wait list. Howbeit they are different appointments. We sometimes are able to backfill those when we do have cancellations, however.
Any discussion or questions? Is that it, Jay?
I have, if there's no questions, I have one more thing.
Go ahead, Jay.
So our program director, Shayna Smith, who really kind of spearheaded, you know, the wanting of an OPT, or at least, you know, did a lot of the groundwork in looking at what it would take to start an OTP within St. Lawrence County, the opioid treatment program. But in addition to that, you know, she's been a champion of the teleconferencing, telehealth, telepsychiatry movement in the North Country. So the North Country Telehealth Partnership, which is made up of 2 main entities, that being Fort Drum Regional Health Planning Organization and the Adirondack Health Institute, AHI, they awarded her the 2020 Outpatient Mental Health Telehealth Innovator of the Year. So I just want to mention that and congratulate her.
Okay. Thank you very much, Jay.
All right, thank you. Have a good evening. Oh,
Okay.
and I'm not feeling well, so I'm going to be leaving the meeting after I'm done.
Okay, Jay. Oh, wait a minute, Jay. Jim Reagan would like to have a question with you.
Yes.
Jay, can you make sure that a press release is put out about your employees award with details on why they were chosen, so that they get the proper recognition that they deserve?
I will certainly try to do that, yes.
Thank you.
We can help with that, and I think one of the best things, if I could,
Yes,
share,
go ahead.
is that she was nominated by members of her staff. So I think that's a pretty great honor as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anything else? Okay, let's move on to the other resolution then. We're ready?
Yep, Alexa's with us.
Okay, we're amending the St. Lawrence County Youth Advisory Board bylaws and structure. We have a motion. Motion by Rick Perkins, seconded by Mr. Smithers. And go ahead, Alexa.
Good evening, everyone. So when I came into the position this past spring and meeting consistently with the Youth Advisory Board, we noticed that the bylaws were a little bit outdated, and we wanted to be able to take a closer look and update some points to it. We have increased the board seats to 27 to accommodate the youth that have been recently looking at joining us. We have approximately 12 youth members interested in coming on to our current 13, and no less than 11 members for Youth Advisory Board. We have kind of defined our youth representatives being younger than the age of 21. We also added some language as far as our youth committee. You can see that toward the bottom of that first page. Our youth committee does meet monthly. Represents, we have about 2 to 3 youth advisory board members and then all of the youth advisory youth committee members. And that allows the youth to come together on a monthly basis and talk about topics of importance and initiatives that they would like to work on. And lastly, we wanted to update verbiage concerning email voting, which is permissible, but it's passed by unanimous written consent. If we don't have that, then we are establishing a teleconference meeting requiring a quorum to be present so we can discuss any concerns. And so those are our updated bylaws.
Is there any discussion or any questions? Alexa?
Mr. Chair, I could just mention. The full copy of the updated bylaws is on Google Drive under the Youth Bureau. So you can take a look at those prior to the official vote.
No further discussion, questions? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Carried. Thank you, Alexa.
Thank you. And then lastly, I wanted to have an opportunity to talk to you about some ideas or opportunities that I would like to see where we're moving our youth bureau and so forth. As we know, we're facing increased financial challenges and our youth are experiencing a lot of pressures from all directions during a time that we can't have large gatherings and regular events. Our youth need to be reached now more than ever. In light of COVID and all the issues that presents, we need to change our focus from reaching small groups of youth to as many as possible. It's critical to broaden our scope and increase the depth of our reach and do it in a way that burdens the taxpayer less and increases effectiveness across the board. One option that we've been considering is creating a foundation or a Friends of that helps to independently raise funds and raise grants to help increase our program reach and positively affect more youth in St. Lawrence County. Such an organization makes county resources go much further, as you can imagine. I've been doing some research behind this and meeting with Ruth consistently. We have found that some other youth bureaus within the state have been moving toward establishing Friends of. So for example, White Plains and Ithaca, New York both have a Friends of. And also there's a community foundation of Orange and Sullivan counties that are working closely with the Orange County Youth Bureau. Some differences between the two, let's say if we establish a Friends of, let's say for example, a Friends of St. Lawrence County Youth Bureau, I see that being more of a grant writing board to benefit strictly the youth of St. Lawrence County by providing social, emotional, and academic programs and support. Whereas if we move toward a foundation, I feel that would offer a broader scope. Foundations typically support arts and culture, education, health initiatives, environmental protection, and community development. I think by having a broader scope, foundations have more flexibility to serve a wider group of organizations and partners by providing grants, scholarships, and establishing endowments. In either scenario, I would be serving as a non-voting member. My next steps right now, I'm in the process of looking to pull together passionate, generous people from throughout the St. Lawrence County with grant writing and nonprofit experience who have interest in making immediate and long-term impacts right here in the North Country. My goal is to establish about 13 to 15 business owners, community leaders, educators, retired individuals who would be interested in developing this foundation or Friends of. And then from there, we would be establishing bylaws and working at becoming incorporated. So that's what I'm working on.
Sound like you're busy. Any questions, discussion? Thank you, Alexa.
Thank you.
Next on the agenda is proposed Lake Ontario National Marine Sanctuary presentation.
Yes, I think we've got Ellen tuning in here, and my colleague from Oswego County, Phil Church, also is joining us this evening. Good evening.
Hi, Ruth. How are you?
I'm good, Phil. How you doing?
Good.
And who would like to go first, Mr. Church or Ellen?
Sure, I'd be happy to. First, thank you, Mr. Chairman and the committee, for giving us a few minutes of your time, Ellen and I, to talk about this proposal that Oswego County and our surrounding counties have been working on for the past 5 years. And if you decide to join in, you're more than welcome. We'd be happy to have you. My name is Phil Church. As Ruth said, I've been the county administrator in Oswego County for the past 13 years. And if you're familiar with our county, tourism is a big thing here. We're right on the southeastern shore of Lake Ontario. Sport fishing is our home. And just as I'm sure St. Lawrence does with the St. Lawrence River and the Thousand Islands, tourism is a pretty important economic driver in your county. I've also been a shipwreck diver for 29 years. I've been all over the Great Lakes mostly, and a lot of diving in the St. Lawrence River, your county. Been on both of the shipwrecks that Noah is interested in tonight that they want to talk about. And wherever I've gone in the Great Lakes or any place else, I've seen areas that have really done a good job of taking advantage of the resources that they have under the water. Shipwreck. Thunder Bay in Michigan is a good example of a marine sanctuary. And I've always wondered why we weren't doing that here, knowing that we had a great number of shipwrecks in the St. Lawrence River. And like you often do when you go somewhere else and see how great it is, you come back and say, why didn't somebody do something about that and do it here? Well, about 5 years ago, I was approached by NOAA that they had a marine sanctuary program, and they were taking new nominations. So I guess it defaulted to me to be that person to do something about it and try to get it done here. What we did is learn about the marine sanctuary program.
Philip, excuse me for a second. You're fading in and out. If you talk a little closer maybe to the microphone, it might have been a little more clear.
Okay, I'll try to speak up a little bit. Is that better?
That's better, thank you.
Okay. And so we had a series of meetings with NOAA and learned that this has to be a community-driven project. It doesn't happen unless the locals are behind it, and their input is very important. So that made us feel good because we didn't want to do anything to our current tourism industries that might be deemed as a threat. Fishing is big here. Now we're bringing in another user, the divers. How are they going to react? So we began meeting with stakeholder groups, divers, fishermen, hotel owners, the businesses, and let them know what this was really all about. And they had some initial questions, but after a while, they realized we didn't see any downside to this. It was a win-win. And they ended up writing letters of support and getting behind this project. What a marine sanctuary is, it's sort of like a national park, but it's underwater. From the name, sanctuary, think there's a lot of regulations that prevent you from going there. It's just the opposite. The idea is to promote access in a responsible way so that people can enjoy it. I then met with fellow counties, the chairman and my counterparts in Wayne, Cayuga, and Jefferson. Just for my own familiarity of the area, I thought that might be a good place to start. Everybody came on board. I eventually had a brief meeting with the governor because the New York State has to be on board with this as well. And New York State became part of the partner that helped us write a nomination. The governor was good with this project and blessed it. And after about 2 years of research and writing, we submitted a nomination to the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, or NOAA, better known as the Weather Service, but I'll let Ellen explain her program within that. And we were accepted for one of only a handful of nominations around the country. So we're pretty proud of that. And it's gone into the designation phase now. Ellen will explain a little bit better. Where there's a lot of public input, we're creating a management plan. We've created a citizen advisory council that helps NOAA direct the management of the proposed National Marine Sanctuary. I was particularly pleased with the quality and breadth of experience of citizens that came forward and volunteered for that council. It's headed now, the president is Bill Christ. He is a former school district superintendent, which is perfect because education is a big part of this. And he's also a diver, so he understands both sides of this. There's also a government council that those of us in sponsoring governments continue to meet and also help guide NOAA in development of the sanctuary. I believe NOAA, during the designation phase, as they learned more about the area, discovered how wonderful the wrecks are in the St. Lawrence River. And with the Key Forum and the America off the work, there is some talk about bringing those two in for this proposed project. We'll let Ellen talk about what that process is and what it might mean to do. We are in this for several reasons. The economy, tourism, spin-off businesses, and conservation of the resource. If you have shipwrecks in Lake Ontario and the St. Lawrence River that date back to the French and Indian War. And there's no other place in the world that can boast that they are intact because of the cold, fresh water. So it's a unique place. There are only, there's a couple other marine sanctuaries that are shipwreck based under Bay and the USS Monitor. If we are selected and go through this, it becomes successful and designated, we'll be an elite group. There's only, I think, 15 now that exist in the world. And we would be in a group with the Hawaiian Islands, the Olympic Coast, USS Monitor, the Florida Keys, Thunder Bay. That's the type of recognition and worldwide recognition that it would bring to this area with this shipwreck sanctuary program. If anybody has any questions, I'll let Ellen go first, but from the governmental side of things, I'd be happy to answer those questions, and Ellen is done with her. So go ahead, Ellen.
You're muted, Ellen.
You're muted.
Ellen, you're muted. Push that button.
No, that's my other button. Okay, how's that?
We hear you now.
We good? All right,
Yep.
I've called in my phone. What I was saying is that whenever I follow Phil, I always kind of wish that I could hire Phil to work for NOAA, since he does such a wonderful job of depicting what our program is. Well, thank you very much. I'd like to extend my thanks as well to inviting Phil and myself to your meeting tonight. I'm happy to show a few slides and then we can jump into questions. I guess that might be helpful, but as introduction, I'm Ellen Brody. I'm with the NOAA Office of National Marine Sanctuaries. I'm based in Ann Arbor, Michigan. In fact, I started off my morning today in the Catskill Mountains, having spent a week vacationing in your lovely state, and I kept wondering why I was driving west when I should have been driving north to actually be with you tonight, but long day of driving. Anyways, so if it's okay, I'll just share my screen and show a couple slides to get us started. And you'll have to tell me if you can see this.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. So this is the map that that Phil talked about, and I think what's important about this map is when you look at these places, these 14 places, and what they represent. They truly are some of the most iconic and beautiful ocean and Great Lakes treasures that we have in our country. And to be, I mean, right now there's two yellow boxes, both in the Great Lakes, but it really becomes kind of a coveted place on this map for those sites that are national marine sanctuaries. I really want to emphasize that every one of these places is different, that our approach to designating a sanctuary is that we recognize that every place is different, that every community is different. So we don't come in with a prescribed way of how we're proposing to manage it. We look at the resources, we look at the communities, and we tailor, each sanctuary is really tailor-made. As Phil mentioned, we protect both natural resources, such as coral reefs and humpback whales, but also cultural resources. I also want to emphasize here that you can see the dots are on water. So in terms of our jurisdiction, we only cover water. So our boundary goes to whatever the ordinary watermark or they're offshore. So we do not go on land, which is pretty important when people may be concerned about the federal government. So just to put it shortly, our proposal is, and this is based on the nomination that the 4 counties and the state submitted to us, is to manage, protect, and interpret the maritime heritage resources in Lake Ontario. And I think we can perhaps add the St. Lawrence River, although the nomination was based on Lake Ontario only. So this would only be the maritime heritage resources, mostly shipwrecks. And the 4 components that we really consider to be part of a sanctuary program are education and outreach, research and monitoring, protecting the resource, and looking at the potential for tourism and economic development opportunities. This slide shows just the steps of our designation process, which is, as Phil can attest, a multi-year process. We accepted the sanctuary the nomination in 2017. We initiated our interest in designating a sanctuary in April of 2019. We had a public comment period. We held public scoping meetings, each of the 4 counties, and we solicited public comments. We had a meeting in Watertown, and we did hear from people that there was an interest in having their proposal extend into the St. Lawrence River. So that's why we are considering that as a boundary option. What NOAA does after we initiate this and have the public scoping is we write our proposal, and the proposal consists of really 3 different elements. One is an environmental impact statement, the second is a draft management plan, and then we also have proposed regulations. And those regulations are very, very narrowly focused on protecting shipwrecks. So it's, it would be, you can't take things off of shipwrecks. We're working on that, but it's not related to anything natural resources or ecology related. After we write that proposal, we put that out for public review again, where the public has something more concrete to comment on. I know you're going to ask about timing, and I have to say that we are hoping to publish at least the EIS and the management plan this winter. Although I'm sure you can appreciate that with the election, there's a lot of uncertainty in our ability to, to take actions such as this. So we'll get comments on those elements of our proposal. We'll turn that around, finalize it, and publish final documents. And at that point, the state is given an opportunity to review. We work with the state very closely as we, in all elements of this, because they're state waters, so the state is a key partner here. And then it becomes a sanctuary. It is, you know, a 2 to 3 year process at best. Sometimes people say, why can't you do it long, you know, do it in a shorter amount of time? And I say, well, maybe we could, but we really are committed to public engagement. You know, the Sanctuary Advisory Council takes more time, but it's absolutely critical to what we do, and that's a value that is very deeply held to us. So I just wanted to show you the 2 boundary alternatives that we're considering. This first slide, option 1, is the area that came in with a nomination. It's about 1,700 square miles, goes out to the Canadian border and about 20 miles east of Rochester. But this one stops at the mouth of the St. Lawrence. So based on public comment, we are considering putting forth an alternative that would include the St. Lawrence. And because we were working with the 4 counties, we stopped with this at the Jefferson County line. However, there are 2 shipwrecks, the America and the Keystorm, that are a couple miles over the Jefferson County border, and they are they're some of the better shipwrecks in the river. So it would seem, you know, so we wanted to approach you to see if there was an interest. So rather than us stopping at a government line, that we would actually look at the resource. So that's why we are here tonight, to seek your interest. And I think Phil gave you a pretty good sense of how carefully we do want to work with the counties. And then finally, I just wanted to show you the number of shipwrecks that we're talking about. In the Eastern Lake Ontario, there are 39 known. And this is not only shipwrecks, but other underwater cultural resources sites. And then the potential, you know, based on historical record, for another 30. And the St. Lawrence, 29 known wrecks with 10 potential. And I think, you know, from our perspective, another reason that we're interested in the St. Lawrence River is the accessibility of the wrecks. Many of the Lake Ontario shipwrecks are very deep and not accessible to recreational divers. Although, you know, it's critical to our program that this is not a proposal, not a sanctuary that caters only to divers, because a minuscule, you know, percentage of people are divers. This will only be successful if we do the education and outreach and bring that, you know, the stories, the knowledge to people who are, you know, may never get wet. So I thought I would just stop there and answer any questions. I wanted to make that pretty short, but probably most useful just to see what questions you have.
Thank you, Ellen. Jim Reagan, legislator from Augsburg, has got his hand up.
Thank you. Phil, I just want to thank both you and Ellen for your efforts at bringing this proposal forward and for developing the idea of a marine sanctuary. And I'm very pleased to hear that you want this process to be a community-driven process. And the main reason I say that is because I think it's very, very important that we expand the marine sanctuary to the dam. Too often, when people are talking about the Great Lakes and the Seaway, they tend to forget about the St. Lawrence River. It's often not well understood that the St. Lawrence River was the highway, the interstate for commerce for New France, for Canada, for early America. And in the case of Augsburg, where I live, the last battle of the French and Indian War was fought off the shore of Ogdensburg, in which, 12,000 British under Jeffrey Amherst sailed down the St. Lawrence River and fought the French on what's now Chimney Island. That's a chapter of our history that, because history is written by the victors, is forgotten about. I think there are numerous wrecks beyond the Hammond area, beyond the Chippewa Bay area that need to be looked at so that we can tell a more complete tale about the maritime history of the St. Lawrence River. Today, too many of our families have no idea that shipping was the lifeblood of the early communities in St. Lawrence County, as well as Jefferson and Oswego counties. This seems like a terrific opportunity to help re-educate our communities about the resources that are just below the surface of the water, and reclaim that important part of our heritage. I would urge you guys to work with us to expand the sanctuary to include the towns of Oswegatchie, Morristown, Ogdensburg, Lisbon, Waddington, Louisville, and Messina, so that our role, not just in the early history of America, but also in the years since, can be reclaimed and provided, and made more easily accessible to not just the North Country and Central New York, but to people around the world by using the resources that NOAA will be able to bring to bear.
Ms. Haggard, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I direct my question to Ms. Brody. You touched on the fact that obviously it's very accessible to people who dive, but how would you provide education, or how would we do that for people that don't do that?
Yeah, we do that through both formal and informal education, and through our presence at a visitor center or a maritime museum. So I personally think it's one of the most successful parts of a national marine sanctuary is that the ability to reach a lot of people, whether it's reading a kiosk along the shore, or having curriculum built in the school in Alpena, Michigan, where the Thunder Bay Sanctuary is. There was a high school teacher who started doing a shipwreck alley course, and it was very interdisciplinary, using shipwrecks, but then bringing in the science and the history. Really interesting. And last year it became the source of the subject of a project learning. So it's a 2-semester course, using the shipwrecks and just taking all elements of it to learn about it. So that's an example of formal education. But it's also, whether it's a visitor center or any sort of other outreach.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Can I follow up on that?
Yes, go ahead.
And everything Ellen said was absolutely right, and it's more than just education. It can inspire young people into the careers they want, depending on how successful they are in bringing these things into schools. I work in government. I'm a politician. I tell stories, so there's a story I like to tell. About 20 years ago, I was involved in mapping a shipwreck off of Oswego, and it eventually became the state's first underwater cultural preserve. But there was a team of us working on this project, and one of the team members owned a lot of commercial gear and an ROV, a remote operated vehicle. And when the cultural dive site was officially opened, we did an underwater ribbon cutting live on Channel 9 News in central New York. And the individual who was operating the ROV filming us during the ribbon cutting and giving as an early precursor of what we're talking about, he flew the ROV around the shipwreck so that all the viewers in central New York could see the shipwreck live on this news feed. That operator was the 16-year-old kid, the nephew of the dive boat or the company that donated the equipment to us. And he got the bug. He loved that ROV. He loved doing it. Had a ball. Made it his career. Evan is now the #1 ROV pilot in the world, making a great career. And all I can think of is how many other Evans are out there in all of our school districts.
Right.
If we can do this type of program and spur their interest in, maybe it's an ROV, maybe it's science, and shipwrecks and buoyancy. But it's a real opportunity because that one example, I always go back to that and always think of, and that he got lucky because he had that experience. And the rest of the kids in all of our school districts ought to have that same.
And if I could just add one thing on that, the marine technology is a really powerful part of what we do. We host regional competition at the Thunder Bay Sanctuary. We hosted the international ROV competition for high school students. And it's really the culture of Alpena, Michigan is now that the students expect that they will learn how to build an ROV. It's just become so much part of their culture. And, for the STEM field, it's a very, very applicable skill, obviously.
Legislator Arkwood.
Thanks, Bill. Ellen, your organization's literature depicts that there'll be no ill effect on commercial vessels or pleasure boats. The St. Lawrence River, to many, appears to be a humongous body of water, and it is. But in certain parts of the channel, where I believe that ships would be found, it's not real wide, and so right now, I believe there's ongoing recreational diving, where you have buoys out, identifying the fact that there's divers in the water. I believe that there's a significant distance that both pleasure boaters and commercial boaters need to stay away from a place where people are diving. I think it might be 500 feet or 500 yards. Are you aware of what that distance would be? 500 feet.
100 feet from a dive flag.
It's 100 feet?
Yes.
Okay, so again, there are parts of the channel that 100 feet away would present a problem to both commercial vessels as well as recreational boaters. Can you respond to that concern?
Well, I haven't done any diving there, but I am very much aware of the challenges of having a marine sanctuary in the river. And I've, a couple weeks ago, I had my first call with the St. Lawrence Seaway Development Corporation to start, talking about some of the potential conflicts and, basically, is there enough room for everyone? Part of me, well, I don't know, Phil, you've done more. You actually might be better at answering this question in terms of how many users are there now. I would say for Thunder Bay that there were an increased number of divers, but it's not the divers who are going to be the visitors to national marine sanctuaries, really, because there just aren't that many of them. So I don't have a good sense of what the increased number of divers would be. That's something that we would be interested in looking at.
The, if I may, the wreck of the Keystorm is on a shoal, so boaters and ships avoid it anyway. It's on the downriver side of a shoal, with the bow in 25 feet of water, the ship's laying on its side, and at an angle going down to 130 feet. That's what makes it such a great dive, is a beginner or an advanced person can enjoy that particular site. The America is in the shipping channel, but you access it off of the shipping channel and follow the line across the bottom down to it. The divers are aware of that. I've been there. I think it's a lot of fun when a freighter goes over my head. Not a lot of people do, but I enjoy it. But it's one of the divers are certified and trained by agencies that drill safety into their heads. And like any sport, you have the knuckleheads out there, but most of them are very responsible. They don't want to be in people's way. They're very respectful of private property. One of the recreational boaters, they don't drop their anchors and drop a flag out in the middle of a popular boating channel and say, everybody stay away from me. We're just not like that. We don't do that. But one of the benefits of the Marine Sanctuary Program is a lot of these sites would be properly buoyed for access.
Yeah.
Right now you have volunteer groups putting buoys out now, and they've worked great for years, but these buoys would then give safe access. If a wreck is in a place where it's not safe to access it, I don't think no one would want to buoy it, promote that access. But it also places them on charts so that the commercial ships and recreational boaters know where they are. There are ways to make it a very mutually enjoyable resource, the river.
If I could follow up, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, so am I incorrect in assuming that if indeed we became a sanctuary in the St. Lawrence River, that there are potential diving spots, potential shipwrecks that you're not aware about this time, but would be as you move forward, and then because we're identified as a sanctuary, all of a sudden the voices of the recreational boaters and the commercial portion, which I think that we're all trying to create as much economic development as possible for our region. But again, I have some strong concerns that if indeed we got behind this, that we may find later on that many of our folks that are using this river for economic advantages would find themselves without a voice.
Yeah, I mean, I'm always interested in learning more about how these areas are used, which is why our advisory council is so key. We have a seat on our advisory council for recreational fishing and recreational boating. So, you know, these are questions and issues that we want to hear from the users.
Right. This is, as I said earlier, this is a community-driven process. This is the first step tonight of NOAA reaching out to your community and meeting with you folks and eventually probably other stakeholders. As Ellen said, the advisory council is intentionally made up of people who have varying interests, who use the resource in the water for their own purposes and different purposes. We also have shoreline property owners, riparian representation. So all that gets worked through before I think we'll put a buoy out it. Plus, you have a whole process you need to go through and document that.
Right. And I want to go back to my point about the regulation being very, very narrowly focused on the protection of shipwrecks. And we're looking at Like you can't take an artifact from a shipwreck. You can't, damage a shipwreck. When you're on the ship, when a diver's on the shipwreck, you can't move something from, the stern to the bow because that is impacting the shipwreck. What we don't do is tell fishermen that they can't fish in a certain area. Like there are no zones around shipwrecks where people can't conduct activities. What we're coming at this from is looking at the impact to the shipwreck. Access is promoted, and I also like to remind or tell people that we are in the Department of Commerce, and ensuring that we're not impacting commerce is something that's very important to our agency. And just, as a matter of, a value and a principle, our program, the term sanctuary, I think, is really a bad term for what this is, because it leads some people to believe that it's off limits to use. Like, there's no public access, you can't do anything in a sanctuary, because that's what sanctuary means to some people. But I really want to emphasize that we do encourage use of the resources. We want it to be done, without damaging the resources, but it's not, we're not looking at an area that is set aside to be off limits to users. It's just a very important part of how we think about sanctuaries.
Thank you.
Any further? Yes, Mr. Reagan? Go ahead.
First off, I was just wondering if you are open to the idea of expanding the sanctuary to include the rest of St. Lawrence County's waterfront.
Possibly.
Okay.
But I also want to indicate that for a number of our sanctuaries, we've started off with a certain area, identified area, but then after the sanctuary has been designated for 10 years or so, or whatever, that we have embarked on a number of expansions. So this is not a one-shot deal. In fact, I think there are advantages to not going too big in the initial designation, because resources, as resources get distributed along a much larger area, and I think it's important that we're able to show successes. So I am, I'm so intrigued by the St. Lawrence River. The history is unbelievable. The whole Eastern Lake Ontario and St. Lawrence River is just, I'm just so excited to include this, the possibility of having this as part of our program. So I guess that was a long way of saying we will look at it, but and we may include it as one of our boundary alternatives. But if we end up not having that, selecting that as an alternative, then it doesn't mean that it could never happen. Thunder Bay, for example, started off at 450 miles, and after 14 years was expanded to 4,500 square miles, so almost a 9-fold expansion. And it was, we had, built relationships, we had built support in the communities, we had done a really nice job in Alpena, but wanted to expand it to a larger geographic area. So a lot to consider in that question.
And I think it's important to emphasize that many of the wrecks that we're talking about in St. Lawrence County are not in the channel. In fact, much of the channel is sort of in the international section of the river. There were an awful lot of wrecks that occurred just right off the shores of some of our communities, and providing better marking for them would not interfere with recreational boating I love recreational boating, and I think it's the great thing about the St. Lawrence River is it offers us opportunities for a whole multitude of uses, and we ought to be looking at this as an opportunity to market ourselves and to educate the rest of the world about the incredible resources that we have. Here in St. Lawrence County, when I was growing up, the river was impenetrable as far as seeing much farther than 5 to 10 feet. Since the zebra mussels arrived, now you can see long distances in the river, and that's helped highlight the interest in a lot of these wrecks, and helping to educate people about their existence and encouraging them to visit is a way to help educate more people about our maritime heritage. So I'm going to urge your organization to expand its thinking to include all of St. Lawrence County, and it's going to the Robert Moses Dam is not very far in nautical distances, and it provides us with an opportunity to tell a much better story about the maritime history of the St. Lawrence River.
Yeah, well, thank you for that suggestion. And I would also point out that we don't stop our programming and interpretation at the sanctuary boundary limits, that we clearly, because the Great Lakes is it's a basin. We will talk about where the ships came from, where they went. So there are, many opportunities regardless of where the boundary stops and starts to tell the story.
Any more discussion or questions? Mr. Smithers? Legislator Smithers?
I think people would be concerned about becoming a sanctuary, and I'm glad to hear you say, Ms. Brody, one of the things you said just a few minutes ago, that you were concerned about not restricting fishing and other activities, because people a lot of times when they hear government this or that, they associate that with rules and prohibitions, and you can't do this. So thank you for highlighting that, and I trust that that is true, that is one of your intentions, to not limit access.
Well, and I think at this point we have a pretty good track record of that. I did work on the Thunder Bay designation it was designated in 2000, and it was the first one in the Great Lakes. So there was a lot of concern about what it would mean. It didn't take long for people to realize that we said that we acted as we said we would, in terms of the reach of our program. And I understand that people are concerned about government, and particularly about the federal government. So I totally get that. And I think we really have built a lot of trust in our communities that we, people would say, well, it's a foot in the door syndrome. You say you're going to do this, you're not going to do this now, but we know that next year when it's designated, you're going to do it, like restrict fishing. And we haven't. I think we have a very good track record of being very true to the agreements that we make with the communities and with the state.
Any further questions?
Mr. Chairman?
Go ahead, Mr. Terminelli.
Thank you, Mr. Sheridan. Thank you, Ellen and Phil, for both being here tonight and providing us with this background information that we've been looking forward to hearing. To go along with, you spoke of the possibility for expansion. Designating these boundaries as part of a sanctuary, is there is that a lifetime designation, or is there a withdrawal process as well? For example, if these 2 shipwrecks were included in this boundary, and down the road we were to find that it had some negative impact on shipping or on recreational fishing or boating, and we found that it was not good for our commerce or our economy, is there a withdrawal process?
That is a great question. And as you can imagine, that was a question that the states and local governments have been concerned about. What we have done, what we did with Thunder Bay, is we had a 5-year provision, whereby after 5 years that we would essentially, repropose the sanctuary, and it would be a 1-year shot, a one-time shot at looking at the impact that it would have, and if there was any heartburn about, unanticipated impacts, or it was as bad as people said it might be, that there would be an out. It was very clear after about a year with the Thunder Bay Sanctuary that they wanted it for good, and it has been transformative in that community. But we do have tools to do that. In the recent Mallows Bay, Potomac River designation, we also included a provision. It was related to fishing, that if people, if there was a demonstrated adverse impact to fishermen, to anglers, that we would, consider a reproposal. So I guess I feel like we have a lot of tools that we can use, that we come to the table as problem solvers. I can point to, so many examples of where we have worked with user groups and come up with, I believe, are some pretty innovative solutions to addressing concerns.
Thank you.
Does anyone else like to talk? Any more discussion?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, go ahead. Yes.
If the committee would like, I can share my screen and show them a few images of these 2 wrecks if they haven't seen them.
Could you repeat that again?
If the committee would like to see, I could share my screen and show them a few images of these 2 shipwrecks that we're talking about, if they're interested.
Yeah, I would be interested to see those with the rest of any objections? Yes, let's go ahead with the slideshow.
Can you see that?
No, I don't see a picture of a ship or anything.
Yeah.
I just see it's please wait as content. There it is.
Oh.
It's coming in now, Phil.
Okay. That is the Keystorm, the bow. It's sitting in about 25 feet of water. I'm below it at about 50 feet, taking a picture back with the sun on the surface backlighting it. Let's see. That one is also the Keystorm. Looking amidships in about 90 feet of water. Again, looking back towards the bow with the sunlight backlighting the wreck. The next 2 images I didn't take. These are of the America. The America is actually capsized, sits upside down. So you can swim underneath it and you're swimming across the deck. It was a dredge, and you see these pillars faintly. Those were the legs of the dredge as it had to drive into the bottom to hold the ship in place while it did its work. And this is an image, I believe this is of the bow of the American. can see that it's upside down. I swam in here and came out covered in oil, so I'm not going to do that again. But I just thought, to cap off you might like to see.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you, Phil. And I think Phil has seen at least some initial products of what NOAA is able to do with shipwrecks, with collecting data, doing 3D animation. NOAA has amazing assets in terms of, the vessels, the equipment, the maritime archaeologists, the photographers, the filmmakers. We, really think excel at, being able to bring that shipwreck or sanctuary underwater experience to people.
Thank you very much. Both of those shipwrecks are right in front of Singer Castle off Chippewa Bay. And I see people diving on those all the time, and it's just off the channel, so there's never heard of any problems with other boats being upset because they're in that area diving, and it's a busy area. So.
Well, I would like to, if you have any questions, to feel free to reach out to me directly. I wasn't sure how much you knew about this or wanted to know how much time we had for this. But, it's important that I hear from you about whether you have concerns or whether there are certain parts of this that you're excited about. So, or if there are groups that you want me to present to, I'm very, very happy to do that as well.
And I also appreciate the time, and I do want to let the gentleman know that I'll be having a government advisory council meeting pretty soon, and I'll share your comments and your interest in the expansion with the government council, so they know as well. And again, if the boundaries include St. Lawrence, you would have a seat in that council as well. The county will.
Thank you, Philip and Ellen. Great presentation.
Thank you for having
me. And I just want to give a shout out to Jason, who has been an amazing student of the National Marine Sanctuary Program. So thank you, Jason.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Appreciate your presentation tonight.
Yeah.
Okay, that's it. No more discussion. Thank you. Thank you.
All right. Thanks. Bye.
Next on the agenda is Vacancy Review Committee. Ruth?
Yes, for services tonight, you have 3 departments to consider, and I believe Andrea is joining us first. You there?
Yes.
Oh, there you are.
I'm there.
Hi,
Hello.
Andrea.
Hello. Good evening.
Oh.
The first. Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Andrea.
Okay. The first, there are actually 2 of our more flexible positions within the Office for the Aging. They're senior advocate workers. The first one for you to consider has been vacant since March 9th, and that is due to a promotion. If you remember, a while back, we created a temporary program coordinator to train with our high cap or health insurance counselor prior to her retirement. And then that temporary position was abolished and the staff member became the program coordinator. So that has happened, which has left her position vacant as a senior advocate worker. And what she had been doing is working within our New York Connects program, which is the entry point for services for the Office for the Aging, answering all of the phone calls of the I need, referrals for programs and services, as well as coordinating our caregiver support program, and then also working within our nutrition program, performing assessments and reassessments of all the clients that are in our home delivered meal program. So that is the first position. Would you like me to just go right into the second one?
Yes.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Second, thank you. The second position that is available is the open due to a retirement. This, which will happen at the end of September. This position has been for the last 10 years working directly with our HICAP counselor, providing assistance and information for their Medicare program, as well as New York Connects. So this one in particular, they're all critical, of course, but this one in particular, with open enrollment starting October 15th, we're looking to get that one filled as soon as possible. Luckily, we do have a couple people in our office that may be interested. So we've been doing a lot of cross training the past few months to try to get people up and ready for the open enrollment season. On average, our HICAP counselor assists between 1,000 and 1,500 older adults in St. Lawrence County, and she is the only HICAP counselor in St. Lawrence County.
Any questions on the two positions?
Thank you, Andrea.
Thank you.
Next up is public health, and Dana, perhaps you can start with the fuller position with the 3 options of titles for the temporary.
Did you hear Ruth?
She's muted.
Dana, you're muted. Still muted.
Can you hear me?
Yes, now I can.
Okay. Just to give a little context of what's going on in our department, we are currently down 3 of the nurses in our department. And so for the first one, we mainly need assistance with the COVID response. So while we need nurses in the department that start the process, we also need a lot of people that help out in just kind of various areas of the response. So for the first vacancy, we have it to be an RN or a public health specialist or a service coordinator. While the COVID response is one of the priority areas we have a very high caseload for the EI program. So we currently have this temporary role to fill one of those. They are all the same grade and they could assist with the response. Are there any questions on this one?
No questions here in this chamber, about on the screen. No questions.
Okay. And I'll just say that we did find a candidate that we would like to fill in that role, and she is an RN, so it would be filled with an RN person. The next one is to fill the service coordinator role. And so this has come about because we have an internal kind of just a promotion from an RN moving to a public health nurse. And although she's an RN in the department right now, she is in like a service coordinator role. So you may just recall in the past that we have turned over some of our RN roles to a service coordinator so that we can fill the position with possibly an RN, but have more people to apply for that role. So that's an opening for the service coordinator, which is for the EI program.
Okay. Any questions on that?
Then,
yeah, Mr. Forsythe's got a question on that position.
Dana, thank you. I bring it up each time, I think. How do you find the salary competitive with the other areas? I'm doing the math here, it's like 27, 28 bucks an hour for an RN, and I don't think it's competitive with the other markets. How do you sell it? Or is there a pool? Well, maybe now there's a pool, but what do you think?
so we have a very difficult time filling the RN roles. I have been on the phone and we've spoke to a lot of RNs just in the past week. So we have a current RN role that is open right now that is not a temp. And I didn't need to bring it to vacancy because it was open less than 12 months ago. So I did offer that job just this morning, but she turned it down because she did get a full-time role at the hospital. And she stated that the gap in the salary was just too large for her to take that jump. So that is what we're kind of fighting right now. And so I do make sure to talk about, you know, what the rate is just by an hour, and to talk about that, and talk about that we're only like a 35-hour week. So that, you know, also makes just some of the difference that we see. But I was not able to get her just to come over. So we do have that quite a bit.
Any other discussion, questions on that position? Okay, go ahead, Dan.
She has one more.
Ms. Haggard's got one. Ms. Haggard's got one.
Ms. Haggard? Go ahead, Ms. Haggard.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Okay, I don't know how everything works, but why don't we pay them more?
Dana, would you like to answer that question?
Well, I think we've been working on doing like a salary, kind of like just a review of what we pay. And I believe this last time with the contract process, and so if I'm wrong, Ruth, or if somebody else would step in, that was part of the contract process. But it's very difficult to change the rate of one title. And so when you want to do that, then there's a lot of conversation on which other titles should also be changed. And so then that slows the process down, you know, for the RN role.
Mr. Burke, go ahead.
Sorry. I guess I wonder, do we have higher RN titles besides community mental health or community health nurse? I'm just wondering if, and the other thing, I may have already asked this, but can we start them at a higher increment level, or whatever that's called, a higher step?
So we do have 3 levels of the nurses within our department. So there's an RN who is a grade 26. There is the community health nurse that's a grade 28. And then the public health nurse that's a grade 29. So there are 3 different grades. And I believe between the 3 grades, it's a $6,000 difference in the base salary. And so that does matter. In our department, we have 2 of the public health nurses, and so one of those is open, and that just became filled by an internal fill. So that is a good thing. And as I'll talk about the last vacancy, that is for the community health nurse. So that is 2 grades higher than an RN. So we do have that. We have talked about starting people at a different step than base. And I believe HR has worked on this for a while. I've also talked to the other health departments in the counties that are around us. They do the same thing based on the years of the experience that somebody would bring to the department. But so far, I don't think that that's been passed just by the union.
Follow up, please.
Go ahead, Mr. Burke, go ahead.
Is that a union determination? I guess I'm wondering why we would need to seek permission to pay a higher salary. Again, I wonder that. I think, as I view the union's role in trying to protect workers and to try to make sure that they get a living wage, I guess I wonder how that dialogue plays into that.
Ruth, would you like me to speak on that?
Yes, John. Yeah. Just go ahead.
Okay, so the RN positions, the CHN and the PHN, are all union positions. They are in the union. The union does not allow for us to start anyone at a higher than base salary. Did in negotiations, we just got through with CSEA negotiations, and we did have a proposal on the table that would, our first proposal was to increase their grade so that we could pay them more money. And that was not met with favor. Another proposal we had was to start them at a higher step so that we could try to reach higher wages that way. And that also was not met with any favor. And we cannot get these positions. I mean, there's no way to get these positions out of the union. They're in the union. Any new title that we possibly would create that did the same duties for civil service would be classified under the same exact title. But even if we were to create a new title, there's contract language, which we also tried to get out of the contract negotiations, that says any newly created position will automatically be in the union. So we've tried at least 3-4 different ways to go about this to get the increase, and we have not been successful. I currently have a request as of today from Amy to see if we wanted to meet in person for labor management to listen to the RNs. Now, I will tell you that Amy's concern, which Dana already mentioned, is that she believes that if there's an increase in a grade, it should be for additional duties, significant duties. And if it's just asking for a grade increase, she believes that everybody should get a grade increase. And that she will get inundated, and she already has gotten inundated with many different people going to her and asking for grade increases. So that's kind of where she's coming from. While she would like to, she also believes that there's a lot of other positions that deserve a grade increase as well.
One more follow-up, if I could.
Go ahead with follow-up, Mr. Burke.
I wonder how I mean, if we have this problem here in St. Lawrence County with public health, imagine the problems that there are near the metropolitan areas where the competition for nurses is much greater, and the salary in the non-public sector is much higher. I guess I'm wondering if we need to recreate the wheel, if we couldn't borrow some of the procedures that are used by other public health departments to fill their vacancies.
And I would just comment that I think most of your other organizations have unions that are very specific to RNs alone. Hospitals have NISNA, and they're strictly for RNs. You don't have all these other titles that are sitting out there in this union. And so when they ask for a grade increase, nobody's going to be upset about it, and they're all going to want it. Whereas you get this group and you have, I don't even know how many other titles in this, 50, 60 titles in this one union, and they're all going to want the same grade increase. So I think it's easier in other organizations, either they're not unionized or they're in a union that strictly represents RNs.
Well, I was speaking specifically to other public health departments, Johnny, that that would have some of the same challenges we might have.
I did pull some information on salaries, and we aren't that far off on salaries when it comes to other public agencies, but I can pull more information if you would like.
Well, just thinking we might want to ask them how they do it, that's all.
Legislator Haggard.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't know whether this is for Mrs. Dorothy or Dr. McGuire, but does this cause a high turnover? Are people coming and filling the positions and then they get a hospital offer or a doctor's office offer with more money? Or are these people so altruistic and dedicated to public health that they stay for that reason?
I would just say that I think, go ahead, Dana.
No, go ahead, Doris, Johnny.
Well, I would just say that it's a very special person who wants this type of job. It's a person who doesn't want to do shift work. It's a person who doesn't want to, who doesn't want to work on weekends, who doesn't want to work on holidays. So when you go into the hospital systems, you automatically are working every other weekend. You're working on holidays. You're working mandatory overtime to a certain extent. And you're working shift work. And usually you start out on your third shift. And Rita probably can talk to this a little bit. But so we get the people who are more interested in a better life work balance than we do that are interested in the actual pay.
And that would be when you're not in a COVID response.
Yes. All bets are off.
Any other questions? Mr. Akers?
But just a statement, I mean, I don't think they were listening. The negotiating committee tried 3 or 4 incidents that actually Johnny Dorothy talked about in trying to actually increase those salaries for the nurses. So it's not a St. Lawrence County public health problem. It's a St. Lawrence County CSEA problem, not recognizing the need that those job titles actually need more money, which we as a negotiating committee attempted to do. It's not a public health problem.
Thank you, Mr. Akers. Any other discussion? Tony? Go ahead, Tony Arcwood.
Thanks, Bill. I just want to be on record as not wanting to take part in any of this conversation when you're talking about ongoing negotiations. You're talking about specific positions that should be talked about exclusively at the negotiating table and not here in public.
Mr. Akers?
The contract is public knowledge.
I believe Dana has one more position to speak.
Dana? How about the next position?
Yep. So for the third one, that is for just a temporary CHN. So that is the community health nurse. The community health nurse we currently have is on leave for 12 weeks. And so we need help because this role is a primary help to the COVID response as well.
Any questions for Dana on that community health nurse? So with regard to the public health positions, as Dana mentioned on the community health nurse, and then on the first position being temporary, if there's no objection, I would like to give her the opportunity to fill those immediately. Under COVID-19, these are positions that are necessary to assist with the COVID response, as well as to fill in for the leave. So they are very busy, and I think would be very much helped by those 2 temporary positions being filled immediately. And that means as in tomorrow. So she would be able to bring folks on. And then we'll still pass it by the traditional process as well. Any questions? John has a question.
Mr. Burke, go ahead.
Well, I guess it's more of a statement than it is a question, but whether we're looking for, and Margaret touched on it, and Tony did as well, but whether we're looking for a position in public health or we're looking for a position in DSS legal, you know, the burden is upon us, and to find those positions, to find those qualified candidates. You know, we agreed to a contract. So we can't whine about the contract after it's in place. So the burden now, the solution is to find a way to get the resources that we need. Again, not to point the finger at the people that we had good faith bargaining with. It's to find the resources that we need to serve the public. So the challenge is to us, not to anybody else.
Further discussion?
Just one more.
Yes, go ahead, Mr. Akers.
The negotiating committee, in good faith, recognized the problem that we have with filling nurses in all of our departments. The negotiating committee made an effort to enhance those salaries of those individuals of the union, and the union blocked us. So we had a contract that we had to agree to because we met in the middle. We tried to enhance those salaries of those individuals that there was a deficit because of the lower salaries competing with private industry. We made every attempt that we could. We were denied by the union. So we are left with what Johnny Dorothy had said, with the people that want a different lifestyle. That a 9-to-5 job or an 8-to-4 job, great benefits, and the working conditions. So it does limit our pool. It's not that the negotiating committee, and particularly Johnny and Ruth Doyle, made an effort to solve this problem. So the burden, I don't see, is on us. We made every attempt. We are stuck with the results. I'd like to move on.
So would I. Okay, we have
Hello.
Tony R. Still would like to say something. Go ahead, Tony. We'll let you.
Thank you, Bill. The role of union leadership is to keep things fair and equitable through their entire membership. Thank you.
Any other discussion? Okay.
The last position we have is for social services, and that is a caseworker in the Child Protective Services. I don't see Heather Rand. Keith, are you prepared to speak to the position for Heather? You're muted, I believe.
Yes, I can speak to the position. Thank you, Ruth. Thank you, committee. We have a very capable and very busy CPS caseworker who will be transferring to another county to be closer to family. That caseworker has a caseload of 21 active cases and 16 monitored individuals at the moment. The CPS unit is a bit hampered, as was explained to the committee, by 2 staff who have COVID-19 accommodations and another current vacancy. As a consideration, it takes about 5 months of lead time of training before a caseworker candidate is capable of taking an individual case in CPS. And we asked for permission for a relatively immediate fill, and I think that was the committee's recommendation. That person is leaving, by the way, on August 21st.
Mr. Forsyth.
Keith, and I know you did, but what, is there an average amount of time a person stays with CPS? Is there an industry average?
I don't have a good sense. I think we've got a fairly strong and stable staff. We've done some work to create some caseworker assistance to help with some of the burden, in particular some of the visitation, some of the paperwork. But this is an employee who's been with us for quite a while. Their personal circumstances changed and they're pursuing their opportunity elsewhere. But we have a pretty stable staff. I'm not sure what the actual turnover is. We've had some older employees, more seasoned employees leave. Yeah, it's certainly probably on the average of several years at this point.
Okay. I just know there's been turnover over the last few years. All right.
Mr. Chair, I can speak to that as well.
Yes, go ahead.
So currently, there are 26 positions in CPS that is separate from Children's Services, and 5 of those employees have been with us in excess of 5 years. So I think, when the alarm bells went off, additional positions were created. We were up in the, I want to say, northern 20s for caseloads when the recommendation is 12. And the social services statistics are loaded on Google Drive, and improvement has occurred. Our average now is 14.1. So we have certainly seen a decrease in those numbers. We have seen an increase in case closure with remote work. So while the work continues to be very challenging, I think adding resources, getting them trained up, and keeping them employed, as well as the caseworker assistants, which, as you may recall, have been tasked to lift some of the visitation, as Keith mentioned, to really be the infrastructure support, but also have an opportunity to learn the job and see if it is something they would aspire to do, rather than to come in cold to a position like that. We invest 9 months of training in an ongoing manner and then lose them. So the investment alone in the people that we're taking has improved, I believe, over the last year. Any other questions on that?
Mr. Burke, go ahead.
I think in vacancy committee, and correct me if I'm wrong, Ruth, that we had a discussion about a fair number of new employees in the DSS ranks, older people leaving. And I think that question, you know, again, I don't know that we know why people left. It could be retirement. It could be other things. You explained why the person left tonight. So again, I think turnover, and I think that was the question Dave was referring to, and exit interviews, the reasons for people leaving, I think are very important to look at, and we should all know. We should all have our finger on that pulse. And just to go back, and I apologize for doing this, sometimes the brain of an older person isn't quite as quick as it should be. But my concern wasn't about, and I'm referring to me as an older person, nobody else. My concern wasn't about the negotiating committee. I wasn't passing judgment on them. What I'm saying is that the burden to have resources is on us. We have to figure it out. And I don't, you know, again, I'm not trying to second guess decisions that were made by the negotiating committee. I know those decisions, both sides bargained, I believe, in good faith. But the reality is that we have to fill those items because they're critical to our core services. That was the point I was trying to make. Thanks for indulging me.
Thank you, Mr. Burke.
I'm gonna refrain.
Good.
So that
Okay.
concludes the vacancy report.
Thank you.
Thank you, Keith. Have a nice evening.
Thank you.
County Administrator report.
Yes, a few things to update you on this evening. Wanted to let you know that budget reviews with departments and the budget team are well underway. Currently, both last week and this week, we're holding them via Zoom, and we found that to be a challenge, but we're finding the good. We're looking at budgets, we're sharing screens and looking at lines and making adjustments. We completed 9 departments last week. We are going to be reviewing 8 this week, and certainly as I continue to extend an invitation, we're happy to share with you the Zoom invite with any of the departments that we're going to be taking a look at. Our departments are working to review these projections critically this year, and they continue to report to me monthly. So above and beyond the typical, which I think is an improvement over years past, the quarterly reporting, which I believe we're in about our 6th year, now we're looking at an informal but still a check every month on that year-to-date budget report and a narrative about what's going on in the department, how much revenues are lagging, and what we're seeing as far as expenses. And folks are being very careful. So I do want you to know they're very mindful of what's happening and our what I call our blindfolds right now to plan for the rest of this year and for next. I did want to mention to you that our meeting schedule over the next month is a little different than you're used to. Next week on the 17th, there is no meeting. The following week on the 24th, the auditors will be present for Finance Committee, and hopefully we can hold an audit committee meeting prior to present the 2019 results. They finished earlier this year, and so they're prepared to present to you at that meeting. We then do not have a meeting on the 31st, and then we do not have a meeting on Labor Day. So we will see you after tonight. We will see you on the 24th for finance. And then most likely the longest into the month meeting I could ever remember, our board meeting will be September 14th. And so getting beyond the school starting and everything like that, we will then meet September 14th, and then it will be, there are only 2 Mondays left in September. So September will be busy, and then followed the first Monday in October with the tentative budget presentation. So I did want, that is quite a bit different than we're used to, so I did want to mention that. Just briefly to give you a few updates on COVID-19. At the end of July, I mentioned to you, not at our last meeting, but at Finance, that I wanted to bring you an update on the benefit that you provided to our workers who continued coming into the office. So for legislators that are new, the board, I recommended and the board supported allowing folks to take advantage of
a vacation buyback, it's typically called. But what it means is traditionally you would receive a week's pay and you would take a week off out of the office. For COVID-19 response, that became very challenging, in fact impossible in some circumstances. So the board agreed to allow departments who reach their max, which is 400 hours, who have been working in the office and who cannot take the time off to put in for their 1 week of pay and reduce their vacation accruals. So to date, at the end of July, we have 18 individuals who have taken advantage of that for a cost of $19,888.13. This is a liability the county carries anyway for vacation time. So this allows those overall balances to be reduced. You may have heard me mention previously that we get into situations with employees who reach that 400 hours cap, and then they feel as though they need to take a day off in order to continue to accrue. So that removes some of the stress associated with that. Next, I wanted to give you an update on the New York on pause. We have, as of this morning, 608 complaints. We are looking at receiving some of the complaints that are coming in. We've seen a drop in the big box stores. We've seen mostly reports on gathering sizes, and we've also seen mostly mask or lack of mask wearing at establishments. So those reports continue to come in. However, I would mention over the last 3 weeks, we have had a decline on the weekend. So 3 weeks ago, we had 28 complaints between Friday and Sunday. 2 weeks ago, we saw 16 complaints over that same period of time. And this last few days, we saw 10. So I think certainly there are many variables involved here. I wouldn't speculate as to one variable over another. But what I can say is that where I'm traveling and the things that I'm seeing tend to be much more on the side of compliance. So I did want you to know that. Also, about a month and a half ago, I brought you an update on the spending associated with COVID-19. There's 2 areas of our budget that you'll see when we provide that to you of COVID expenses that we expect to be able to find 100% FEMA reimbursement associated with the declaration of state of emergency. And then we also have our CVD accounts, which I'll point out, that are associated with budget modifications that the board has made when departments have been notified. So public health has presented, our transit, as well as Office for the Aging. I believe also social services. So to date, the spending in the FEMA accounts that we expect reimbursement on is $158,817.67. And in the budget modifications that have been made, it's to the tune right now of $1.1 million. And currently, we have spent $145,719.26, and the revenue we have received in return is $108,092.95. So many of those are in progress, and as I'll remind you, the bulk of the funding associated with the $1.1 million in CARES Act funding was associated with transit. You may recall a significant budget modification for just over $900,000 associated with the shortfalls that transit has seen during this time. I did want to mention to you also, we continue working on the potential to do a school age mask design contest. And in working with the Youth Bureau, and certainly you saw and felt the excitement that Alexa Backus is bringing to our Youth Bureau, we've been talking about the ability and the role that the county might be able to have in getting kids excited about going back to school. Certainly a stressful time, certainly building anxieties, but also the fact that they're going to have to wear masks. In looking at these numbers, and with the interest, potentially, of putting one mask, one cotton mask in every student's hands, that would be 16,300 masks. So what we're looking at, potentially, is launching a contest in aid brackets for schools that we would allow for folks to submit designs, that we would work locally with one of our printers to print the masks, and then we would work, we've already started conversations with BOCES to make those distributions. Trying to do our part, certainly echoing public health and the stance that they've taken, following the guidelines of the state and the federal government. The challenge that we face, of course, is funding. And so when we try to get creative and we look for ways that we may be able to purchase and then imprint over 16,000 masks, of which we know some students will be taking school at home or in some fashion part-time, we still would like that to be available to everyone. So what we have found is that in the Youth Bureau, the youth conservation, the summer youth conservation didn't occur this year. And so those appropriations remain unspent. While we know that typically when those appropriations come in, there's revenue that comes in with them. So what we're looking at is what our opportunities are. I would like certainly to get feedback, but also to ask you to consider potentially funding this for our children in St. Lawrence County. Questions about that before I move on?
Denisha.
No questions, I think it's an excellent idea.
Anyone else? Ms. Haggard?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear what Mr. Denisha said. Would he mind repeating that, please?
Not at all. I said I didn't have a question, just a comment, and I thought that my comment was that I thought it was an excellent idea.
I agree. I think we should fund it.
Okay, I just have a few more items to update you on.
Mr. Smithers is something.
When you say 1.1 million is, bulk of that is in transit, can you tell me what you mean by that?
Okay, sure. So a few months ago, when I could share the resolution with you, we modified the budget for $934,000 for transit, to be used on transit functions. So when we shut down the transportation system for the College Connector, for example, in March, they lost revenue associated with providing that service. Also, in a response to COVID, they stopped taking fares. So they continued providing the service countywide, but to prevent the exchange of money or receipts or anything like that, they stopped taking fares. So that also is a source of revenue that they've lost. So this CARES Act money is intended to replace that loss.
Thank you.
Yep.
Mr. Akers?
Do we know, Bruce, do we know if any of the schools are moving ahead on their own mask programs? Is anybody aware? I mean, I don't have any kids in school anymore.
I have not heard that yet, but certainly I will work with Alexa to find out. We've been in touch with Tom Burns at BOCES to talk about, what that might look like. Certainly, Rita was kind to share after our coronavirus work group meeting this morning, a Duke University study that suggests that cotton masks are effective in doing that. So we would look at that over disposable.
So each of the legislators were given, I know I had like over 2,000 masks were given from my district.
Mm-hmm.
And I left over 1,000 here. Had those been distributed somewhere?
I can find out. Those are part of the EOC. So typically when requests come in, they're fulfilled that way. But I can find out what our current inventory is. I know that it's becoming competitive and the state government isn't sending them to us anymore. They're interested in us buying them on the open market.
And what would you have imprinted on it? Something about St. Lawrence County, or just a public health message, or?
So the interest would be in having students submit designs.
Okay.
And certainly appropriate, and then a team to select in each age group winners, so to speak, to make it a little bit of fun.
Okay, be interesting. Thank you.
Okay, if there's no other questions, just a few other items. Last Wednesday, we visited Messina to attend an event organized by the DEC, highlighting our local partnerships with the cleanup efforts for properties around the county. It was an excellent opportunity to recognize Willow Street, as well as many of the properties that were mentioned. And just to borrow a phrase that I thought Mayor Currier used that was quite poignant, the thing about this entire process is it's partnership at every level, local, county, and state working together. So I think it was a great opportunity to showcase that. I'm happy to be a part of it. I did want to let you know that the Vietnam Veterans Wall, the traveling wall, is going to be at the Messina Mall this week, Thursday through Sunday. And there are 2 replica versions, I understand, that tour the U.S. I've talked to Mike Beaupre and we'll be sending you along the details. I believe Thursday afternoon there's some type of ceremony that will be held. So we'll share that with you. I wanted to let you know, and I've talked with you a little bit about it, that the St. Lawrence County Historical Association will be seeking a new executive director. I'm going to participate on their search committee, and we met today. The ad will be completed hopefully by the end of the week and submitted. Certainly willing to post that on our county website and share that out with all of you for any local candidates that might come to mind that you could share that with. Today, the NISAC Resolutions Committee met. Typically, this would happen at the last part of the Wednesday on the conference weekend that NISAC holds in the fall. 22 resolutions were adopted. The 3 resolutions that were forwarded by my committee, the Committee of Taxation and Finance, were approved as well. I'll share those out once they're certified with you. They take up a number of current issues with local and state government, and certainly happy if any of those you'd like transformed for St. Louis County, we're happy to do that as well. In September, I've spoken with Chair Akers. The Portland presentation folks would like to join us to present on use of the reserve. So for those of you who may not be aware, probably in excess of 20 years ago, a reserve was set up for Portland presentation with the idea that efforts were underway to reconstruct the fort. Over the years and a number of challenges, that has yet to occur. However, many ancillary projects, a walking trail, battle recreation, a number of things happened on that site, as well as a great effort of volunteerism to keep the site clean. They have the schools go there as an educational, they have recreations, even I think in concert with Canada. It's just a really nice area to visit. So what they'd like to ask is consideration for the reserve to be reappropriated for one of their ready projects. We talked about this pre-COVID, and got to a place where at least a presentation could be heard and the board could consider rededication. That is not an official reserve, it's at the board's discretion. And in that fund, there's approximately $58,000, I believe $58,250 that would be available. So Chairman Akers has agreed in September, they'll come, and I certainly will ask them for a 10-minute presentation and 5 to 10 minutes for questions. And then lastly, unless there's questions for me, as many of you know, the Smart Path project is underway. It was 6 months ago in February, again, pre-COVID, that we met with folks from NIPA to discuss their plans. And my interest is in potentially requesting an update and extending that opportunity for folks, certainly now with technology, who may like to attend and hear how the project's going and potentially the challenges due to COVID they've had to adapt to. So if there's no objection, I'd like to schedule that as well. Any questions?
Objection. Any questions? Thank you, Ruth.
Sure.
And let's go on to committee reports. Board of Health, Mr. Akers, do you have a report?
So the Board of Health is 100% consumed with COVID and will be meeting again on August 18th.
Okay, thank you. CDP, Board of Directors, Mr. Lightfoot.
I have no report.
No reports. Community Services Board, Mr. Akers again.
So the last thing that we did, we participated in the selection of St. Lawrence Health Systems as the designated winner of the contest for an RFP of the methadone clinic. Not sure what the meeting is. I received any notifications.
Thank you, Mr. Akers. Office of the Aging Advisory Board, Mr. Denisha.
Oh, yeah, I guess I'm sorry. Office of the Aging. Our last meeting was Monday, June 8th, via Zoom. Next meeting is going to be Monday, September 4th. Location to be determined, but hopefully it'll be live. But just some of the things that have happened through the Office for the Aging. There were farmers market coupons that were distributed to drive through on July 1, July 2nd, July 6th, and July 7th. And the drive-throughs were held at the Human Services Building, Governor Community Center, Messina, Potsdam, Clifton Pine, and Augsburg schools. There's going to be another distribution of farmers market coupons. Well, actually, it has been. Excuse me. It was on August 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th. And that took place at some of the farmers markets around the area. I just want to touch for a minute on the number of home delivered meals that are being distributed every day, with the exception of Saturday and Sunday. Brazier, there's 70 to 75 meals every day that are home delivered. The Canton Nutrition Center, there are 80 to 85 meals that are home delivered every day. The Calvin Nutrition Center, 40, 45 Governor, 90 to 100 every day. Morristown Nutrition Center, in Augsburg Nutrition Center, 110 meals every day. Potsdam Nutrition Center, 130 meals every day. Star Lake Nutrition Center, 35 to 40 meals every day. See an increase of about 200 meals. And, you know, you've heard me say it before, I'll say it again. We need volunteers. If you're only able to work 1 day a week, you know, for a couple hours, you can work 2 days a week for an hour. You can help in the kitchen. You can help call people. You can deliver meals. We need volunteers. There's people out there that depend on the home delivered meals, and you can help. Please help. It would be appreciated. Thank you.
Thanks, Larry. Ms. Terminelli, Youth Advisory Board.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was so excited to give my report tonight, and between Alexa and Ruth, I think they spoke to just about everything I was so excited to share with you. The only other piece, our last meeting was on July 30th. The only other piece that I wanted to mention is the youth committee started to brainstorm some issues that they see in the community that engage or that apply to the youth. And so some of those that were brought up were racial issues, underage drinking, nicotine use, negative emotions, isolation, drug abuse, lack of access to masks, and that's a big fear for them going forward into the school year. And they're really interested in creating some kind of a peer outreach using podcasts, virtual YouTube videos, Facebook, things like that, so they can really reach out to the youth in the community and build some comfort and some support for kiddos. With the mask, something else that they're hoping to move forward to, and we'll speak to the details at our next youth committee meeting on Thursday, is creating some of those podcasts and Facebook and YouTube videos to put out there to kind of take the anxiety away from school-age children about wearing masks. You know, many of our children have not been out in the community a lot, so they've been at home and haven't had to do the mask wearing. And so once they'll have to wear the masks from the beginning of the school day till the end of the day, some of that anxiety and discomfort may be there. So the youth that are part of this youth committee are hoping to just put some videos, some skits out there that can just relieve some of that anxiety and the possibility that, you know, mask wearing is a cool thing and it can be done. So that's really exciting. Our youth committee members they've got so much energy and they're so positive and they're very involved, and it's just great to see the ideas that they bring in, the conversations that they had. So that the next meeting for that is on Thursday, like I said, at 11 via Zoom. And the only other thing that we spoke about were the bylaws being presented at tonight's meeting to be voted on in the resolution, and the grant writing, the 501c3 or the foundation that we're hoping to be able to set up. The next meeting for the Youth Advisory Board is on August 27th at 11 via Zoom.
Thank you, Nicole.
Thank you.
Any old business before the board? Yes, Mr. Burke, go ahead with the old business.
Actually, it's under committees. And I was wondering if I could ask our representative to the Community Services Board a question or two. Would that be okay with you?
Yeah. Quick question? Go ahead.
Well,
Go ahead.
It depends if he gives a quick answer. The agenda, the meeting minutes for community services talk about, it's similar to what Mary presented at the Finance Committee. And I guess I'm wondering, they talk about the strengths and the weaknesses. This was all in open session. They went into executive session. It appears that the purpose of the executive session was to do the scoring or to tally the scoring, but I don't see where they came out of executive session and made the announcement. Could you clarify that?
Mr. Aker says he doesn't recall.
Well, again, if it didn't happen in public session, it didn't happen. And it begs the question, since the discussion all occurred, I mean, all of the narrative, the strengths and weaknesses apparently occurred in open session, and it appears that they then went into executive session. I guess it begs the question: why were they allowed? Why was executive session warranted? You may not have the answer to that, Kevin. That may have to be a Steve question, but it would appear to me that there was no public discussion at the executive session, and if that's the case, then it didn't happen.
I don't, without looking at the minutes, which I have not received, I couldn't accurately answer. What I remember is that every entity that was represented on the board, on the CSB, scored St. Lawrence Health Systems as a first. And 2 scored the county tied with it. So it was a unanimous selection that St. Lawrence Health Systems was their #1 choice. And only 2 individuals tied with the counties.
Mm-hmm. And just to state in the minutes, there were, and I think Mary may have mentioned this, there were 2 options presented to the board to ask the top 2 proposals to attend a Zoom meeting, and the other option was to vote to select the proposal. And it appears that the board members decided to vote to select the proposal, again, based upon the paper review. But again, my question is
John, I know how they voted on those 2 issues. It was an executive session I can't reveal, but the Community Services Board made their decision. So, I mean, you know, what they wanted to do, what action they wanted to take. And I think that question was asked during the finance meeting, and I think the answer was that they decided to make a decision.
Well, if you recall, if I can talk directly to you, Kevin, you cut me off. You basically said you'd heard enough of it, and you didn't bother to secure the votes needed to close the discussion. So the reason I have to bring it up now is because you didn't want to pursue it. So
I think as I recall, John, I think I gave you about 15 minutes. So I think it was time to move on. And did we actually take a vote?
No, you didn't.
Okay, well, I can't remember. Was there a call to the question or anything? I don't recall.
No, there wasn't.
But did I not give you the opportunity to ask 10 or 15 questions?
You gave me the opportunity, but I could have had the opportunity by some of my colleagues yielding their time to me. You chose to short circuit that, Kevin.
Well,
I can think of at least 5 people that probably would have yielded their time to me, and you arbitrarily chose to close the conversation.
Yeah, so, actually, I do recall you call me Akers. You did not refer to me as Mr. Akers or as Kevin. After I had given you about 15 minutes, you called me Akers, which I thought was pretty disrespectful, John, after you had been given 15 minutes. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to move on. This isn't part of the
I agree. I think you guys should take this up personally and not on our time here on what happened personally. Let's move on to Office of Aging. Oh,
Margaret has a question.
Already got that. Margaret, you have a question? Go ahead, Margaret.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Going back to Mr. Burke, don't we have to follow the rules, the Roberts Rules of Order and vote on these things? I mean, I think that's a legitimate point, isn't it?
What is it you wanted to vote on, Ms. Haggard?
Well,
What
no, I
particular
mean,
thing you want to vote on?
I'm talking about what John was saying about the discussion the last time, or 2 times ago, I think it was. I can't remember now. But he's making a point about something that the procedure wasn't followed. Don't we have to do that?
Our board was not following it, or are you talking about their community development
No,
board?
John was just making the point that Mr. Akers was chairing the meeting that night, and we didn't follow the rules. I think we should.
Well, Mr. Lightfoot, go ahead and respond.
If there's a violation of the rules, it has to be corrected at that time, not a week later.
Okay, I thought we tried to do that, but thank you.
Okay, Mr. Arquette.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Under parliamentary rules, under Robert's rules, does a member of the floor have the ability to end the conversation that Mr. Burke was just ensuing?
I imagine someone has the ability to call the question. If that
I don't think
hasn't
that
been done
happened, though. I don't think anybody called the question.
So no one did call the question, you're correct. So what is the point?
Point of
Well,
order,
Mr. Burke was making the point, he was shut
There
off.
is no resolution.
Mr. Akers?
There is no resolution on the floor.
Oh, there's not.
Do not call the question at all. It's up to your discretion to make the decision whether or not this pertains to anything that's on tonight's agenda. And if you wish to move on, you move on.
If you don't mind, I'll get a ruling from somebody other than Mr. Akers. Anybody other than Mr. Akers.
It's under old business, so.
No, let's have a ruling.
Would you like to address it, Mr. Attorney?
Both of them actually make a very valid point. First, as Mr. Akers has identified, there's technically no matter that's pending before the board. So the ability to call the question when there is no question technically pending is a difficult situation. And I think Mr. Akers rightfully points out that under those circumstances, the board chair would have discretion. However, that being said, if I recall correctly, Mr. Burke brought this issue up under old business. And under old business, he was raising a question that pertained to a prior meeting. And based on that prior meeting, largely I believe that, once again, subject to some degree of the chair's prerogative, Mr. Burke has the ability to raise that issue, has the ability to continue to have the discussion. And I think actually if the discussion wishes to be ceased, it should be put to the body because the body wished to cease the discussion on that matter. Unfortunately, it's almost like calling the question, but it is not because there is no question currently pending before the board. So largely, I think the question should actually be presented to the body as to whether or not they wish to continue to have that discussion or they wish to terminate that discussion and move on.
With that said, how many people are in favor of continuing that discussion? Raise their hands. How many we got? We got Mr. Burke, okay, and Tony Arquette. How many people are not in favor of raising this discussion again? Looks like the hands are favoring not raising this issue again, so we're gonna go with that. Thank you, Mr. Button, for your recommendation.
Wait a second.
I apologize, I didn't see the count. Were there a minimum of 8?
Yes,
10. Okay.
What was the vote again?
5-10.
5-10, okay. Okay. Now.
I had a question.
Yes, go ahead, Ms. Go ahead, Ms. Snyder.
Is Miss Curran present?
She is not.
Okay.
Okay. All right, so that's the old business. Let's go on the new business. Any new business? No new business? Then let's go into executive session. Do we have a need, Ruth?
We do for negotiations, litigation, and appointments.
Okay, a motion to go into executive session? Mr. Lightfoot, seconds by Mr. Akers. Anyone opposed? All in favor? Good, we're all in favor.